Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special episode of the Political Pigpen. I think it's self-explanatory what we're doing tonight and what we are discussing. We are talking about the politics of Star Wars. Now, I think this is a very uh, complex topic, so to speak. I know it's not necessarily an inherently political franchise, but there are very deep political undertones throughout the entire series as a whole, not just the films, but also the video games, the extended universe, all that. I'm sure all of us here are familiar with Star Wars, or else we would not be on here this evening. But I think all of us, except for one, has been on this stream before. So we will go around and introduce ourselves. We will save the newcomer for last, but we will begin introducing. The first person to introduce himself, of course, will be everyone's favorite George. You guys have been asking for more George lately, so here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, George. How are you doing this evening, George?
Oh, fine. So, my interests are the science and politics of population, ethnicity, and cults. I don't have anything to shill, so instead, I'll recommend a book. And my book recommendation is World on Fire by Amy Schwa.
Okay. Next, we have Ray Marasami. I figured you might have some interesting takes with this evening, especially because of the of your ideology in particular. Your weird what was Pan Asian or something? Is that what a third worldist or whatever? I don't know. I feel like you'd be
third worldism.
an interesting sort of empire stan. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Well, yeah. I guess everyone already knows what my intro is going to be because I've been on here before, but my name is Ray Murasamy. You can find me on Twitter. I do political commentary. I have a live stream channel called Stage 501. We haven't done live streams recently, but we're coming out of hiatus there like pretty soon. So I don't know, expect something new in the next month or so. I'm an advocate of third worldism and of post-colonial feminism. People may already know this. Yeah, I think that's pretty much my intro. I will give the long version.
All right, thank you for coming on, Ray. It's a pleasure as always. And Damnation, how are you doing this evening?
I am doing great. I always enjoy being on here when I am. So the intro. Well, I am Damnation 3, the big sinking black ball of death. But I sell comic books, and I'm also a political commentator from time to time. I like to argue with people on the internet, essentially. You can find me at it's minds.com/damnation3. That's where I do a good chunk of my selling of my comic books, and I'm a huge Star Wars fan, as you can tell by my Star Wars issue #1 from the first time that Marvel decided they wanted to issue comic books back in 2015 or 16. So.
All right, thank you for coming on, Damnation. And last but not least, we have a newcomer here, Darth Kilhoun. I wanted to have you on here specifically. You took a while to respond. I was worried you didn't want to come, but I did really want to have you on for this one. How are you doing this evening, Darth Calhoun? Kilhoun. I keep wanting to say Calhoun.
Yeah, it's Kilhoun. Yeah, it took me a while to respond because I was driving all today, and I literally had to go to Walmart and buy a mic for this because I did not want to miss this. But I run a very small YouTube channel called the same name, Darth Kilhoun. I mostly do, right now, Army videos because, well, shilling, I'm kind of in the Army. And I used to do some Star Wars content. I'm an advocate for what I call national monarchism. That's my political ideology, but when I'm talking about military stuff, I don't talk about that stuff. So that's a little bit about me. And I've been a huge Star Wars fan since I was pretty much a kid.
Okay, thank you everybody for coming on. Now, I kind of wanted to have Coronis on for this one, but Coronis has left the internet indefinitely. Haven't heard from him. I figured he would really want to be on this particular panel. Too bad he couldn't come, but there's been there are reasons he's not. He's trying to lie low for a bit. Either way, wherever you are, Coronis, I hope you are. If you are watching, this is a shout out to you. Would love to have you on again in the future. But either way, so the no pun intended, but the first order of business this evening is to Okay, the pun was kind of intended, but not really, but kind of. Eventually, once it came to my mind, it was. But but either way, so we're going to be splitting the stream into 3 different segments with 2 intermissions in between. We're going to start by discussing just general political themes in Star Wars, and we're going to move into the second part. We're going to be talking about various factions and more or less what their ideological implications are, and then we're going to decide. I don't quite know what we're going to do for the third segment because we do have some options. So we'll discuss that between ourselves during the intermission. But either way, yes, welcome everybody again. And thank you again for everybody, everyone out there for hanging in there. We were supposed to start an hour ago, but I had to prepare the introduction. I think it was worth it though. Nice little intro medley. But either way, so I think, would you guys say that a good place to start would be more or less to discuss the original trilogy? I feel like that's as good a place as any to sort of jump off from.
That's the best spot to start at.
Best of the movies.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
Personally, my favorite's always been the original Star Wars, like 77. I know Empire is objectively the better film, but what I love about the Star Wars 77 is it's just the traditional hero's journey. It's very simple, straightforward. I think it has the most rewatchability. And the thing is, compared to all the other films, it stands on its own as a movie. Like if they never made any sequels to Star Wars, it would have stood on its own and it would have more or less self-contained. I mean, I think that's special about that one in particular. But either way, so where do you think? I'll let you guys decide. Where do you guys think we should start, especially with the trilogy? How do you think what would be a good way to sort of lead into this? I think Damnation might have might be the best one to get us going here.
I think the best spot to start when we're looking at the political kind of conversation about Star Wars, we have to look at what is presented within like the first few seconds when you launch right into the original trilogy, right? Which is you have this gigantic mammoth technological nightmare chasing the smaller guy, right? Right off the bat and firing at it. And what you initially jump in when you see that is you kind of know right off the bat what you're facing against, right? What you're looking at, which is the idea that there is a small upstart, quote unquote, good guy being chased by what you can assume is a baddie, right? And you don't even have to think too hard about that when you look at it, right? And then we just kind of grow from that point, right? But it's clearly defined that there's good guys and bad guys right off the bat. And I think that's a good place to start.
Okay. So I figure it's probably a good idea just to sort of, I mean, I don't know why you'd be watching the stream if you're not already familiar with Star Wars, but just to set the stage, of course, Star Wars / Episode 4, which is its retroactive name, A New Hope, set 20 years after the fall of the Jedi Order and the end of the Old Republic. I remember there's originally a different backstory for how the Empire ended up forming in the original novelization. George Lucas did a lot of retcons for the prequels, including everyone's favorite midichlorians, but we don't discuss that. But either way,
that's just a no-go zone. Let's just not talk about that.
So you got this.
We're just gonna move forward. We're just gonna ignore that it ever fucking gets brought up again. I don't even think they brought it up in the sequel trilogy at all. Did they? I don't remember. Did they?
No.
Okay, good.
I think and I can't think of any other extended media where they really have, except for maybe some of the comics or maybe the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
I don't know. But either way, so yeah, like you said, we're thrown right into the middle of this battle. You get this giant Star Destroyer chasing this small diplomat ship on a quote unquote diplomatic mission.
Yeah.
When Rogue One clearly shows that, I mean, that was not a good lie. I mean, Darth Vader clearly saw them jump to hyperspace, but
again, that's a retcon to fit the story, but whatever.
Yeah.
If we sit here and nitpick the fucking story of Star Wars, we'll be going to hear till May 4th, man. Like, it's a long amount of time to sit here and nitpick the story. Just go with it.
Yeah.
So, Right. So I guess what was unique about Star Wars is that in the 1970s, there's a dearth of good movies in general and a dearth of good sci-fi movies. So Star Wars really like breaks through the darkness of the 1970s because the 1970s themselves were a pretty awful time in the United States. You had the Weather Underground blowing people up. You had other groups blowing people up. Um, yeah, if you think if you think the era from like 2016 to now was crazy in terms of like political violence, it was far crazier and far more bloody during the 1970s. So this little light of brevity was welcome during that time.
Yes, absolutely. That gets into a great point because George Lucas was a very much a product of his time. He was ultimately probably the biggest endorser of the counterculture movement, and he always was the young type rebel fighting against a tyrannical regime as he saw it. He always supported the little guy, and that's why he wanted to portray the rebels as this tiny, striving faction wanting to overthrow this gigantic regime that's ruling totalitarianly over a massive galaxy, which he saw the United States kind of as.
Yeah,
At least that's
Oh
from
yeah,
my
actually,
interpretation.
no, I hold on a sec. I actually just wanted to say that actually is something that I've never considered before personally. Yeah, I mean, of course, I think a lot of people, first, this first part I have considered, of course, but you see the Galactic Empire sort of has the aesthetics of sort of like a typical fascist state, or not even just a fascist state, just like a totalitarian mid 20th century state. So it could go
well, no,
both
actually,
ways.
very
But
specifically, like the gray stuff, or no, the gray paint on their vehicles is clearly calling the
Like
Nazis
the
from World War
Wehrmacht.
II. Yeah.
yeah. No, but the thing is, but I'd say in a lot of ways, the Galactic Empire, at least and you especially see this. This is evident by Episode 6, of course, or Return of the Jedi, where they sort of do represent sort of that American imperialism that you saw during that post-war period, and then there's the sort of allusion to Vietnam as well. But yeah, no, you can almost see sort of the empire as sort of corrupted United States in a sense, and the rebels almost kind of like representing that counterculture movement. So in a sense, they're equally a kind of like liberal force trying to overthrow that sort of militaristic Apollonian culture that is represented by the Galactic Empire. Yet at the same time, they're also a reaction to sort of the post-Wilsonian international consensus, trying to restore the, as Obi-Wan Kenobi says in A New Hope, the quote unquote old republic. So they sort of embody those first principles of the of sort of the galactic community as a whole, and then at the same time a sort of reformist movement as well. I'd say I do
Okay, so
think that I do think
I
the
have a
allusion to the
simpler take.
counterculture is interesting.
I have a simpler take. So the Empire had to be the bad guy in this movie, just because America's self identity as a country, as a people, is one that we throw off the yoke of this evil empire in the British. Now, what's particularly morosely funny about this is movie came out on the heels of a pretty bloody war, a pretty bloody, arguably imperialist war in Indochina, where north of 1 million people died, 1 million Vietnamese died, and to the Vietnamese, actually, not even to the Vietnamese, but who's the imperial power during the Cold War? The Soviet Union. I mean, come on, they don't have entire divisions or heavy equipment across entire oceans.
Oh
So
yeah, so Soviet Union was in decline since the 60s.
okay, well, again,
Because I mean, it was really only like a formidable. It was really only a hyper expansionist imperial force, at least in this to the same degree as the United States around the time of World War II, like around under Stalin's reign.
right. So anyway, so yeah, culturally speaking, I think if any American was going to write this, the good guys are going to be the rebels, just because we came from rebellion basically, and it's ironic that you have this movie come out where the good guys are the rebels, and who's the empire of the world basically? It's clearly the United States, and even today, in Iraq and Afghanistan being particularly egregious examples of empire. Well, actually, the empire in Star Wars, you could say, is at least competent. The empire that we have right now, we're closer to Spaceballs empire than Star Wars
See, I
empire.
actually kind of disagree that the empire in Star Wars was competent, right? Because like they clearly couldn't train their fucking stormtroopers to shoot for shit.
Hey. First off, I actually watched an analysis video where somebody did take the accuracy shots between the rebels and the stormtroopers. The stormtroopers actually had the better aim and the better hit rate and consistency. So, and if you actually read like the original novelizations and comic books, yeah, they do get into how they were ordered to miss when they were on the Death Star.
And we also need to remember that, and the movies really don't do a good job of illustrating this. Not even the, and this is really only illustrated in the EU and to a lesser extent in the new canon, but even the new canon books don't really talk about it all. But the stormtroopers, they did not make up a majority of the Imperial military. They were they were the shock troopers. They were the
Marine Corps.
Yeah, there were regular Imperial soldiers, but generally they were stationed on individual planets and occasionally ferried around, but they were kind of more like of an Imperial Guard, kind of like to make a 40K analogy. But and the only time you really in the movies where you really see the actual Imperial soldiers is in Solo.
Actually, in
also,
Hoth,
we should consider that we are presented with a biased look at how great their aim was, because we are always subjected to clips where there are it's like important action scenes in which main characters who cannot be hit are walking through gunfire. Now, there are two explanations for this. The first off is obviously plot armor, but you don't want to have to break the fourth wall to explain how people just walk through gunfire and are not hit. The second explanation is one that Rogue One actually conveniently gives us on a plate, which is that sometimes the Force has a will and it desires that you will not be hit.
I mean, the EU gets into
in a particular place at a particular time. I mean, Chirrut Imwe, for example, uses the mantra that I'm one with the Force and the Force is with me, right? He uses it in that moment, right? And it so happens that he had to be there in that moment to pull the particular switch that he pulled, and so everyone firing at him was unable to hit him. This happens sometimes, and so we can't judge all of the Imperial troops on the basis that in some cases the Force does not permit them to land their shots.
That is a reasonable explanation, but I know we're only talking about the movie here, but Grand Moff Tarkin did order the tracker onto the Millennium Falcon in the movie, and by that logic, he wanted them to escape. So you could actually infer just by the points in the movie that they were ordered to let them escape.
Oh yeah, in that instance as well. Yeah, plot explains in that instance that they wanted them to escape then. So I mean, that's a good explanation too.
Yeah. But what I find interesting, just to kind of like move on, and you really don't pick this up until you, I mean, this is like one of those more subtle details that's sort of woven into the dialogue, but the Rebel Alliance, what I find interesting, it's not like a traditional style war, the Galactic Civil War, because you sort of had these factions in the Senate that were sympathetic towards these towards the rebels in general. Like you had Alderaan, for example. I mean, it was kind of clear that they were funneling resources and that they were financing the Rebel Alliance, especially in the beginning of Episode 4, and that's part of the reason why Palpatine ended up dissolving the Senate in the original movie.
But you want to know a good equivalent to that that's happening in the modern day?
Okay, shoot.
The current state of India right now. I bet you don't know that India has the largest terrorist organization operating within its borders. It's a communist terrorist organization.
Oh yeah, the Noxalites.
Yeah, that's their name. And
Raise people.
many.
Oof.
I don't know off the top of
What's
my
that
head. I don't know off the top of my head which politicians specifically in India have been embezzling funds towards them and supplying them in covertly and getting the parliaments off distracting their parliament as much as possible from them. But it is happening in India today, and that's a great equivalent you could see towards the Rebel Alliance, which was a insurgent organization at the end of the day.
Well,
Interesting. I was not aware of that.
Before the Spanish Civil War broke into two separate governments formally, there was a Spanish Parliament, and there are political parties that would align with the factions you'd expect when the Civil War broke out. You had I forget the name of the Conservative Party, but they would align with the Nationalists. And then you had the liberals and communists and various anarchist organizations who would culminate into the Republican communist
the Popular
forces.
Front.
Right.
Yeah, I recently started also researching the Spanish Civil War, so I'm also learning these stuff too. That was a very interesting conflict, to be sure, and you can apply the Spanish Civil War to a lot of narratives that you see in sci-fi. Like I would say the Spanish Civil War equivalent would be like episode 6, when the Rebel Alliance starts getting around that time. That'd be kind of like the Popular Front or the Republican forces. Well, then the Empire at that time was more representing vaguely the Nationalists, but at least Franco was a lot better.
Yeah, that is true. But when you take a look at, especially, again, the original one as well, I think, again, we should probably save talking about parallels either for the last segment of the stream or potentially the follow-up stream we're planning on having on May the 4th. Yeah. But with regards to this, yeah, I think you are absolutely right. If you do take a look at most civil wars in country, they generally tend to be internal affairs between political factions trying to take over the government, more or less, as opposed to what is conflicts like what is erroneously called the American Civil War, which really was a war between two different states as opposed to a traditional civil war.
Also the Rwandan Civil War, which is basically Hutus versus Tutsi.
Yeah. But because you have the American Civil War, which should probably, and a lot of historians have said this before, it should probably be called something like the war between the states, because it was a war between two separate sovereign political factions. And the United States was, what's interesting, or the Union was the only country that actually did not recognize the sovereignty of the South, because you had the British Empire and France and Spain, which actually recognized the South as its own separate country because they benefited off of a divided America. But that was more of a traditional war between different powers, as opposed to, or regional powers in this case, as opposed to a civil war in the same sense as the Spanish Civil War, the English Civil War, or of course the Galactic Civil War in this case.
So yeah, we call it a Galactic Civil War. On that note, how civil is this war, and how much is it actually I don't know. I'll just say this: you don't see any aliens on the Imperial side. So how is this a civil war, and not this human centric organization, which in the lore at least that's what the Empire is framed as, human centric. Is it a human centric?
Depends on if you're going by the original extended universe, or you're going by the newer post 2014 canon.
Well, if you just watch the films, there are more aliens in the Rebels, and I think that's actually, for the time, that's kind of interesting that they had that.
And you're not wrong. There was, but like the reason why it became why I actually agree with the moniker of the Galactic Civil War, right, is because the original iteration of the Galactic Republic was a galaxy-spanning government that all worlds that were wanting to be part of it could join, just like
like
just
like the EU sort of.
yeah, exactly. Like would you call, like, let's say for example in the European Union, right? If the British wanted to go fight the French at that point when they're inside the EU, wouldn't that not be a European civil war at that point, right?
Well, I think more analogous would be Germany and the German adjacent countries invading all the others.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm kind of interested. I didn't think of this before, but so humans have this natural, in sci-fi at least, humans have this predisposition to favor other humans. In strategy games, I think people choose human factions more than any others.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting that George Lucas decided to include so many aliens in the good guy side. I think that's interesting. And that might reflect, at the time, that might reflect a growing acceptance of ethnic pluralism, perhaps. I don't know.
Doesn't this get contradicted in the prequels, though? And by this, I mean Darth Tyrannus' criticism of the Republic is precisely that. It seems to cater mostly to the core worlds that are populated by humans, and not so much to the Outer Rim.
Oh,
So,
I didn't know that.
I mean, you could argue,
yeah.
you could argue that perhaps the Empire just did blatantly what the Republic was already doing on the down low.
Yeah, that's a pretty good equivalent. Getting into the prequels there. Darth Tyrannus definitely was he could tell the political situation, which that's why he left the Jedi initially in the fluff. And he did start the Separatist Alliance even the groundworks for it even before he became a Sith Lord.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, but before he even was a Sith, he was just like, I want autonomy for my people. That's why he retook his noble title as the Count of
Sereno.
What does
Sereno.
Sereno, yeah. And he became the face of it, especially since he was a human, that made the aliens get more of a voice with this human figure as their main representative, which speaks testament to especially how, because in the galaxy of Star Wars, you tend to always see this human-dominated society even in the Outer Rim, which really emphasizes that at least their significant population, I would probably guess a third at least of the galactic population is probably human.
Or at least in the Republic itself, because I think a good thing to remember is like you see in the movies, or one thing that Star Wars really doesn't really illustrate, it doesn't even make it all that clear, and then at the same time it's very contradictory, like how large the galaxy actually is, how much of it is explored, and I mean it's varying in how long it takes to travel from one part to another, and I think that they sort of made it like that, like if you're traveling along charted hyperlanes, it doesn't take as long. But for instance, I mean, I think it's safe to assume that only probably 1 to 5% of the galaxy itself are actually charted. And yeah, you see like those maps on like Wikipedia and stuff that show borders and boundaries and stuff. But we need to remember that there are so many systems in between, far and few between, that have not been charted. And those, like, am I making sense here? Like it's not like all of the planets encompassed within that border area are charted.
Yeah,
and
that's
where,
a
like,
galaxy far away. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's also the unexplored region as well.
The unknown regions and wild space, yeah.
Which still house the Chiss Ascendancy at this time as well.
I knew somebody was going to touch on the Chiss Ascendancy. I knew it.
I'm a big EU fan. What do you think?
When you kind of outlined what your political standing were before we started this, I was like, this is the guy who's going to talk about Thrawn and the Chiss Ascendancy, himself, right? Because he's like, there's one central figure in the Chiss ascendancy that he was so fucking based that the Chiss said, "Get the fuck out."
That's a good equivalent.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just going to mention the Chiss Ascendancy offhand. I wasn't going to bring up Thrawn unless that what came up.
Yeah.
So, Politicrat, should we move on to the prequels?
Yes, let's move on to the prequels.
Wait, should we cover 5, 6? Like,
Actually, yeah,
or-
let's do that first. Let's take
Yeah,
the
you
next like
should
five.
do 5 and 6.
Yeah, five,
Oh,
10 minutes. I mean, yeah.
I felt like we already. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
All
I
right.
mean, if anybody has anything they want to say, yeah. I mean,
Okay, well, I guess in the only thing I'll say for like 6, allegedly George Lucas based. Oh no, I think this was brought up earlier, but George Lucas based the Endor scenes on the Ewoks were basically the Viet Cong, and they were icing American GIs in the form of stormtroopers, and very again this is the heels, like that war just happened a couple of years ago, so that was very avant-garde and very risky on his move. Of course, I guess people didn't like realize it at the time, maybe.
That or nobody really wanted to bring it up in the political discord at the time. I also have a comment about 5. You said you don't really see the Imperial Army in the movies. I beg to differ with Episode 5 because those walkers, and the general, those are all they're all Imperial Army. So, the only ones that, of course, aren't Imperial Army are the actual like the stormtroopers in snow armor.
oh, wait, they're not they're not stormtroopers, the snow troopers. Are they just regular soldiers?
No, they're still stormtroopers. I was just saying that they were the only ones that were part of the stormtrooper corps there.
Okay, no, yeah, because you had Colonel Veers, I know, who was not part of the stormtrooper. He was just part of the regular infantry, or would that be cavalry? Those walkers? I don't know.
Yeah, that would be well, it depends on if they still use the term armor. Like in the US Army we use cavalry today just because we've kind of like mixed our our fast mobile infantry with armor, but
cavalry I think is like helicopters. Right?
Yeah. That's called air assault, but it can also be labeled cavalry as well.
Okay.
So, but I would describe it as like an armored company, as what those walkers would be part of.
Okay. All right, Ray, did you have something to say about the other ones?
No, I mean you guys are saying what I would have said anyway.
Okay. Damnation?
The only thing I want to touch at is like when we go to Empire Strikes Back, we look at the Empire as is expanded, right? Because like we start off with Episode 4, and it's like Darth Vader, boom, 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 right? And we have the initial like the religious aspect of it, right? And then we have Grand Moff Tarkin that kind of idealizes the bureaucracy and the authoritarianism, right? And they kind of just it creates this fusion, right? Then when we get to Empire, we actually see the first hints of the Emperor and what his grand not overarching scheme is, but like how he actually directly controls the galaxy, and he uses all of these different tools and his manipulations and machinations for it, right? So I greatly appreciate the expanding of the political spectrum, not spectrum, but the of the political landscape in Empire compared to that, because like we set the stage and then it's like, here, there's also this big bad dude that's secretly running everything behind the strings, and it was fucking great. I loved it.
Yeah. I would say that Episode 5, I mean, generally, if you think about it, the films, they really only focus on the war itself, and of course the relationships between the characters. But the everything there's so much more going on a much larger scale than what we see during what we see during the films. And I mean, of course, the like not just with the Galactic Civil War, but other stuff going on at the same time. But we don't get introduced to the Emperor until halfway through Empire.
Mm-hmm.
And then he doesn't really make it, but that's just a cameo, and he doesn't really make an appearance until episode 6. And Ian McDermott didn't even play the Emperor until Jedi. But what isn't really illustrated in detail is who actually has the power in the Empire, how the system actually works. And of course, that's not really fleshed out until the EU. But you have like little snippets in there. Like, for instance, you have all the creepy guys who hang out with Emperor Palpatine in episode 6. You just kind of see him walking around, who are his dark inner council, who sort of know what's going on with him in the dark side, but they're also bureaucrats. But then you have all the Moffs and stuff, and then you have the Senate, which by the time of episode 4 is practically powerless. But either way, I remember in the original novelization for the original Star Wars, it talked about how the Emperor, this was how it originally was planned, the Emperor was actually just a puppet of the Moffs initially. And he wasn't like part of the Sith or anything. And he was just sort of put in charge as a figurehead. Then that was completely retconned, of course, when the prequels came around. Is anybody familiar with that?
No, I never heard that version.
I've never actually heard
I'm
that.
too young for that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I am too. I've never read the original novelization, but I just think that's a kind of an interesting tidbit that you put there. And it sort of reminds me of like the what the Roman Emperor eventually became with the Praetorian Guard. The Praetorian Guard and the generals had all the power, especially by the time of the late Empire. So late 4th century, early 5th century, how they were just the Praetorian were gone by that point. But either way, you had like the generals who had the real power, and the Emperor was just sort of the ceremonial figurehead that they manipulated and stuff like that. That was what it was originally supposed to be, but then they gave Palpatine all the power. But from what I understand, though, officially Palpatine was just a figurehead, but he actually did have all the power. It's interesting. It's kind of confusing and sometimes contradictory, but yeah.
I always heard it the other way around, which is that what they wanted to do, and I don't know how to what extent they fleshed it out properly, but I heard that what they wanted to do is they wanted to have it so that it would be more or less obvious that what Palpatine had done was that he had set up a system of economic arrangements which recreated the Moff system, i.e., it was supposed to be understood that the Moff system was an earlier form of social organization which supplanted the Senate once they decided they didn't want to do the democracy of the Senate anymore.
Yeah. Because we need to remember that the galactic
right now, right? That the Moff system is actually an earlier system than the Senate was.
So we also need to remember the Galactic Empire, in terms of the Galactic Empire, in terms of its overall political structure, it was still technically a republic. And early on, after it was like reformed into the Empire and everything, the senators still did have power. And if you read the book, I think, I forget when it came out, maybe 2015, 2016, it was the Dark Lords of the Sith book, the one where they had to, I think it was the one where they went to not Utapau. What's the Twi'lek planet called again? Ryloth. It was the one where Darth Vader and Palpatine go fuck shit up on Ryloth.
The weird book with a lot
the Senate still had power then. Yeah, not the most memorable book, but it wasn't terrible.
It was one of Disney's first breakout attempts to get into their own EU, and for some reason they have a Star Destroyer crash and burn, and then Palpatine and Vader have to go on this Chad Sith killing of Twi'leks.
Yeah, I'd say in terms of like I think that the new canon, quote unquote, got off to a fairly solid start initially. Like I know the first canon book released was what was it? A New Dawn, which was sort of the prequel to the Rebels TV show, and it was a pretty good book, I remember, and it did have a lot of political stuff in it. Like you had one of the sort of imperial ministers who was like a financier or something, who was like this hyper progressive guy, and he was like, "Oh, we must do away with the old and embrace the new," and that was his like entire motto. And then it was like the power struggle between him and it was like Captain Sloane, who eventually would become one of the Grand Admirals later on. And then of course you had the Lords of the Sith, but the two best ones, I think, which made me hopeful for the direction that the new canon was going in, was Tarkin, which again was the book about Tarkin, which was sort of a loose sequel to the now non-canon book Darth Plagueis. And it was kind of cool how he managed to bring in aspects of that book in there and brought it back into canon subtly. And then also, this was one that took place. This next one was the one that took place across the years that extended from the end of episode 3 all the way to a year after episode 7. But I think what was it called? Lost Stars. I think it was about Imperial TIE fighter pilots and about just sort of like their. It just sort of followed like their story. It followed them participating in all like the major battles that you see in the movie. It was a pretty good book, but that's really what sort of started setting the stage for what would ultimately come after in sort of the galactic state after the end of the Galactic Civil War. But it talked about Imperial remnants and stuff, yet for some reason, none of those remnants have ever been brought up since. The closest thing we've had to that is The Mandalorian.
Yeah, speaking of Darth Plagueis, which is probably the best work in the extended universe.
Really, better than Darth Bane, you think?
Oh yes.
Wait, are
Yeah.
you telling me the whole Darth Plagueis story is now actually, quote, not canon?
Nope.
Yeah.
The book isn't, but I mean, honestly, well, not officially, but they've pretty much can't recanonize most of that just with a bunch of disparate mentions throughout the entire thing. But.
So to be clear, it is still the case that Darth Plagueis predicted the existence of Anakin Skywalker and feared him, and that Darth Sidious didn't understand why that was the case.
Yeah, but now they retcon the fact that Darth Plagueis actually was the one that conceived Anakin due to his manipulations of the Force. Now they have Darth Sidious be the one that conceived Anakin through the Force, which is
That's kind of dumb.
I know, it's really dumb. I hated that retcon, which is also why I don't really touch Disney Star Wars anymore. Like, I dropped off after episode 9, and I'm like never been able to touch another piece again.
Most disappointing movie experience I've ever had. Like, I actually kind of liked The Last Jedi.
Oh wait, we should process in chronological order, correct?
Yeah, we should.
So yeah, let's talk about the prequels.
Okay, let's go back talk about the prequels. George, you want to start us out on that?
Oh yeah, sure. Well, I mean, I don't think my stuff is going to be particularly germane, but so the prequels are more of a space opera. They're more boring, and they focus on politics.
That's why I love them.
Well, yeah. Okay, I was going to say, at the end of this, if you like the prequels for their politics, you're going to love Dune, and I guess you've already read Dune, of course.
Hopefully it's good.
Yeah. Oh no, I said read Dune.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah,
it's on my list.
I like Danny Villeneuve for his work in Sicario and the Blade Runner movie, but I don't know. It's Dune. I don't think you can turn it into a film. Maybe a TV series, but anyway. So the villains in episode 1 are basically Chinese, and
Yes.
He's not wrong.
I mean, yeah.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
I wish. I know he definitely wouldn't want to come on because of you, Ray. But I kind of wish we had Chicago on here because he does their impression perfectly.
Wow, is he still mad with me?
I don't know why. I mean, he is. I mean, he's. Yeah.
So anyway.
Wow.
So
I kind of want to have you, him, and Academic Agent all on a stream sometime because I know you guys would all go at each other because I know the three of you guys don't like each other.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
So I think the villains being Chinese are, I mean, that this reflects a latent phobia of a rising China, and you can see it in other media too. Yeah, that's all I say. That's all I can say on the first episode. Otherwise, it's kind of like, I don't know. I guess another thing I'd say is that compared to the original trilogy and the later series, the prequels are more childish, and I think this reflects
not episode maybe 1 and 2, not episode 3 though.
Yeah,
no, episode 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I'm gonna stick with that. The prequels are pretty childish, and I think this reflects a society right now is kind of like high off of winning the Cold War still, and things are pretty easy. and I don't think the public is willing to see gritty stuff on TV like they were in the 70s or later on. So
I mean,
let's
to be
see.
fair, though, I mean, the Battle of Geonosis was pretty bad.
Yeah,
Oh,
Like,
but it's all.
everyone freaking died.
I mean,
Oh,
if
well,
you
I
actually
mean,
get
like-
into the extended universe of the Battle of Geonosis, like read the Republic Commando novel, like the first one,
Okay, well,
or
actually,
play the video game.
This is a pretty interesting thing that you bring up, Ray. That this fight on Geonosis is bad. How? Okay, okay. If the opposition, if you're the Republicans, if the opposition are robots and you wipe them all out, basically, like, what does that mean in terms of casualties? Likewise, if your side is basically full of like clone troopers and they're a kind of robot too, basically, like they're clones. What does that mean in terms of like actual losses? There's
Yeah,
this.
I mean, even if you
it-
disregarded those, though, I mean, the number of people from the Jedi that died during that fight was actually pretty significant too. Like, wasn't
Yeah,
like a third
and-
of them?
A good chunk of the
Yeah,
fucking council died
Yeah.
at Geonosis, right? Like,
Also,
go ahead, man.
also you forget the Geonosian militias that joined with the separatist fighting. That's also what caused massive casualties because it was essentially like, what's a good equivalent? Because it's desert. I don't know. I would describe it as Vietnam, just in a desert.
Not Afghan. I kind of have this Afghanistan vibe to it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was slipping my mind. Yeah, that's a way better equivalent.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway. Okay. Despite these, like, minor exceptions, I'd say, like, dozens of Jedi die. Okay, sure, that's a big loss. There's like a dozen more in the Jedi Academy. I guess I have a callous view on like Jedi life, but anyway.
I hate them.
Jedi lives matter.
What are you talking about? They do not matter.
But no, yeah, the whole war part in Star Wars and the prequels has this sanitized aspect to it because it's just robots dying and not dudes in shitty power armor or rebels
Space
or aliens or whatever. Yeah, Space Marines. So yeah, I guess a theme I would like to bring up on the whole prequel trilogy. There's a theme that you're going to compromise ideals for pragmatic purposes or to advance your own power against your enemies. And what parallels this in reality is the United States compromising its position globally to fight the war on terror and compromising its own adherence to civil liberties to fight the global war on terror. And later on, this turns into suppressing free speech to fight fake news, or to further restrict civil liberties to fight this revived boogeyman of a vast right-wing conspiracy or white supremacy in the form of QAnon or the Proud Boys or whatever. And yeah, I think these themes are too clever for George Lucas to come about on his own. I think him and the writers, they're reflecting stuff that's around them.
I think there is something original. Well, no, it's not really original because it's as old as time, but they also included in there that's not even contemporary. I mean, for example, the main thrust of how the Jedi Order ended up meeting its demise in the way that it did. I mean, people don't think of it.
They
this
were
way. If you
literally
take it
their
from
own worst
episode
enemy.
1 to 3. Yeah, they were their own worst. Exactly, they were their own worst enemy. They just didn't realize they were doing this because what happened is that they are a theocratic organization. They're supposed to have their own perspective on what is moral, what is immoral, and so on. They're supposed to have an independent perspective. They surrendered that independent perspective in order to follow base material level politics by subordinating themselves to become foot soldiers or generals for the Republic. By doing this, it made it so that you had situations where ordinarily, by the rules of how your theocratic order is supposed to work, many of the things that Anakin Skywalker was doing should have immediately been posting up red flags. However, because he was
Mace Windu saw them, I believe, from the very beginning.
Mace Windu always suspected.
He didn't realize until the very end that the shatter point for the entirety of the Jedi Order was in fact Anakin Skywalker himself. I think he only truly realized that the decision had gone the wrong way at the point at which Anakin was attacking him in that window.
Yeah.
Funny
That
thing,
was when
that's
you
also
realize,
his
oh,
main
it's gone the other
responsibility.
way. I thought it was one way, but it's the other way, right? Because I think that he seriously thought that Anakin was potentially more likely to have attacked Palpatine in that moment than himself. But then when he actually made the choice, then he realized, oh, this whole thing has actually been going in the wrong direction. I mean, even the way that Mace Windu is described is basically a pragmatist who was basically what's the word for it? He's taken on and cultivated a great allegiance and a love for the Republic and its institutions. By doing this, that is what blinded him to the actual situation that was going on. So there is that. I don't think you can find a parallel of that in the modern world at the present moment, because obviously the modern world doesn't have a sort of separate theocratic organization that's supposed to uphold its own ideas that has essentially bent the knee to some political agenda, right?
I mean, you could kind of equivalent that actually. You could equivalent that to, well, it's not in America, but the Catholic Church in China, how they've had to essentially bend the knee to the CCP to keep their diocese open and have the CCP be the ones that approve bishops going to China and stuff.
I mean, yeah, that could be an example of one. I mean, another one. Actually, no. I'm thinking of it. Another example of that could be the Catholic Church in Ireland, for example, which does this frequently. I mean, you could also say Buddhist priests in Myanmar behave this way as well. Same thing with Hindu priests in India and so on. How they don't uphold their own perspective anymore. They tend to actually flow with like whatever the state wants at any given point. This then blinds them to potential problems down the road.
See, this is actually a point that the Eternal Chronicler brought up in the chat that we have actually kind of glossed over. The fact that all of the Republic commandos and clones were effectively slaves that were just forced to fight a war that they had no choice to involve themselves with, right? So then we've even more muddied the waters of like the grand old Republic at that point, right? Because effectively when this existential threat that was the Separatists arose to say, hey, you guys are impinging on our fundamental liberties, right? They just went further and then crafted a slave army and said, go ahead and fight this fucking war.
This is something that Dooku raised in his speech as well. He said he couldn't believe.
Let Calhoun talk.
Okay.
I think that's a perfect example of like actually the United States, how the citizenry and the military are so separate, and how we've kind of drifted apart, the military and the populace, as fewer and fewer people percentage-wise join the military. You kind of see this slave army that's not allowed to have a population, like especially in the military today. We are strictly monitored on everything political that we even minorly comment on and can get us sacked for, which is in a way somewhat like the clones, while then the citizenry continue about their daily lives in this consumerist republic that you see the Galactic Republic being.
Yeah, no, I actually never even thought about it like that. Yeah, I see exactly where you're coming from with that.
Yeah.
It takes like actual military experience to kind of see that little parallel.
So, do you care to elaborate maybe on that, because that is actually pretty interesting.
Well, one, I would point out, especially a lot of civilians that end up getting hired by the DoD, they tend to have this attitude of superiority complex that I've been spat on by civilians way too many times in uniform for me to count at this point. We have no connection. I prefer being on military bases than actually in the civilian world now. It's just this weird cultural disconnect that you see, and you see this oftentimes in the Star Wars lore. Like even like in the Clone Wars show, where when the clones are on Coruscant, they're kind of isolated from the Republic citizenry, even though they're on leave. They're not allowed to go to many places. They're not allowed to do many things. The citizenry just spit on them all the time. And I'm just seeing that more and more as reflective of how our actual military is being treated by the U.S. citizenry, especially by a lot of civilians today.
But I think a major distinction, though, between that is the difference between, especially our modern military and that of the clones. the clones are clones. That's what they were trained. That's what they were bred for. So they were kind of their own completely separate apparatus from the very start, as opposed to volunteers like you see in modern militaries and liberal democracies today. And you see, especially because, I mean, we also need to remember that if you really think about it, it was the Grand Army of the Republic was largely, it was a mercenary army. Basically, the Kaminoans, they bought the army from the Kaminoans. Like the clones, like, were they really? I mean, yeah, they were loyal to the Republic, quote unquote, but were they actually patriotic in the same sense?
Not by any stretch of the imagination. But when you boil it down to it, right, you're literally, like what you just described, right, is that, yeah, these soldiers weren't individually paid, right? They didn't have a choice, right? The Galactic Republic said, "Oh my God, we need an army. What do? Oh, there's this fantastic little, like, cloners over here that made this fucking army for us right here. Can we just buy it? Can we buy these people and then use them?" Like, to me, like, I can't believe I never thought about it. It was like, these people were not given an actual choice, right? They were bred from birth to do this one thing and not given a choice to do it. And that's actually one of the, if you look into, like, the Clone Wars, there's an episode I watched where this is actually brought up to, I think it was Commander Cody. And he's like, you were never given a choice. When I was finally given that choice, I said, screw this, and just fucked off. And now I'm the actual...
I think that was Captain Rex, not Commander Cody.
I couldn't remember who it was, but...
Cody remained loyal.
Yeah. But yeah, there was one of them that said, no, I'm going... It wasn't even like Rex or Cody. It was somebody else.
No, it was the deserter. Was it the one who was like raising a family?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
I remember that episode. That was like season. Oh. I remember that was the mid-season premiere of season 2, I believe.
Yeah.
So this brings up an interesting avenue. We can kind of see how the Empire might have come about, because there's this army of disaffected soldiers, and actually disaffected. I mean, they're basically brainwashed, and some of them. Perhaps some of the officer corps maybe, like, get wise to their predicament. I mean, this is an opportunity for Palpatine to exploit, to say, hey, the Republic just treats you as, like, basically tools. They literally bought you. Mm-hmm. I'm offering you a deal. Mm-hmm. That's a lot cooler in my head canon than, I don't know what actually happened in the movies, but
it sounds better.
So
there's also the fact that you had Jedi leading many of these clone troopers, and they started to cultivate a loyalty to individual Jedi as well, which then created they
hated them.
Yeah, and you ended up with the totally whack scenario of Anakin Skywalker rocking up into the Jedi Temple with the 501st behind him. It was 501 behind him, wasn't it?
Yep,
I believe it was the 501st.
It was.
And so that is completely insane until you realize that, they had been letting these red flags go up without actually doing anything about them. Because normally, if you were operating a government and you saw that kind of thing going on, you'd be thinking to yourself, well, are these people going to be doing something untoward later on? Because now you've got pockets of loyalty to individual people. But no, none of these things were ever questioned until the end.
I mean, it depended on the Legion specifically. Like, the 501st was loyal to Skywalker, but then you go to, like, the 212th, which was Obi-Wan's, which was more of a neutral. Cody was pretty quick to stab Obi-Wan in the back. And then if you look at Mace Windu, I think he was one of the most hated generals, and also Ki-Adi-Mundi was pretty hated as well.
Then you also, if you go into the old EU, does anyone remember Ram Koda?
Oh yeah,
the guy that he did not trust the clones, and so he had his own he raised his own personal army. This was in in the EU. He raised his own personal army, and because he was surrounded by them instead of the clones, that's why he was able to avoid capture in Order 66, and he created one of the very first rebel cells with the remnants of his own personal army, which he trained and fought all throughout the even before the Galactic Civil War. And again, this is the old EU. I don't. So it's basically so my whole philosophy is basically Schrodinger's canon. So it's like that which
It's
is
not explicitly.
That's
not-
about
Yeah,
what Disney
so,
did with
I
it
mean,
too.
I guess I sort of I guess I have a due process view out of it. It's like I consider things canon until proven otherwise.
Mhm.
So but yeah, no, so in the old EU, so with the old rebellion origin story, his personal army was one of the first rebel factions that ended up joining. But yeah, no, but he didn't trust the clones at all. So
yeah, it sounds like there's varying degrees of loyalty among the generals and their clone troopers. You know, it'd be cool if like some of the clone troopers ignored Order 66.
Yeah, several Republic Commandos did, and there was one Republic Commando team that was hunted down by another Republic Commando team.
is that in the Imperial Commando book?
Oh yeah, I forget if
Aaron
it was
Travis?
book.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I think it was book 4.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm remembering right, that was book 4, where one Republic Commando team saved their Jedi. I believe it was a Jedi Padawan, that they were on a mission with, and had a relationship with. But
No,
that's
go
a whole
on.
other thing.
This instead of like these movies that are of dubious quality, we should have I don't know, all of this including like I don't know, TV series, I guess.
Yeah, they should tell you that at some point. Also, just a quick question: has there been a general consolidation of how the order list works? Because I've seen like contradictory explanations for how it works. On the first instance, I saw, I can't name the source, but information would seem to suggest that the Jedi didn't know that the order system existed. This is then contradicted later on, I'm pretty sure, by other material that would seem to suggest that everyone knew about the existence of the order system. They just didn't think anything was suspicious about it because there was an order for like every possible scenario. And
Yeah.
so the one that Palpatine wanted was obviously 66, but the other 65 to 68 orders, I think the maximum was 68, I can't remember, but the other orders contained other things that were essentially things that the clone soldiers would have to do against their own will, but were nevertheless, many of them were innocuous, right? That was another red flag. I would have thought to myself that the Jedi should have looked at that and thought, why are you depriving these soldiers of their free will in the first place? This can only end badly. But they seem to be okay with that too.
Well, if you actually get into if you played the original Battlefront 2, not the crapshoot that tried to be Battlefront 2 that came out pretty recently, you hear the archives of a clone commander, and he doesn't necessarily describe the turn into the Empire as a bad thing, but you see like the emotion behind him, like how he hates the loss of his brothers. He generally misses them. He doesn't understand this war sometimes, and he had respect for some Jedi generals, while other ones that he had much discontent for because of like their ignorance or their just lack of ability, or then on the flip hand, their complete skill and ability. It was a very complex relationship, and the clones weren't necessarily completely blind. They still had their own personalities. They developed personalities independently, and they still had eyes and minds to see and interpret.
Yeah, one thing I really didn't like was the chip thing. Like, and yeah, I know, like, I think they did it because it was a kid's show, and it was like, oh yeah, no, we become attached to these clones. It's gonna like, it's gonna scar the kids if they know that all these clones that they become attached to end up killing all these Jedi that they become attached to also. And it's like, no, I just like the whole darker, more nuanced idea that they just followed orders, like that it was that was just what they were bred to do, to follow orders, and it wasn't some like execute order 66 trigger word, and it's like, oh, okay, we killed the jet. It's I don't know, like I don't really. Am I the only one who feels that way?
To me, it sounds way more. It feels way more sinister if it is a complete reprogramming of their minds with this like Trojan horse concept built into it, right? Like because what the Emperor essentially did, right, was build up the perfect Trojan horse with the Republic command with the fucking clones, right? Because he created and then wrapped them around the Jedi, right? Which is the idea that there's these Jedi that will be empathetic, right? That will view these clones as actual people rather than just the tool that they are, and some won't, but some will. And the ones that do view them as more than tools will be hurt the most by it. They're the ones that are almost guaranteed to die from Order 66. And I think it's just an overall bigger betrayal and a better story point if it overrides their own personal will.
That is more sinister, but then you do see in episode 3, even way before the whole chip idea was thrown in, like you see Cody hesitate for just a moment before he even responds to Palpatine. That's just showing his humanity. Like they were given the free will to actually carry out this order. It's like in every military, like I bet this might even apply to the clones at the time, that if you receive an unlawful order, you don't have to follow it. But he hesitated to actually think about if it was a lawful order that he just received, and he determined that it was, and that's why he hesitantly ordered his troops to open fire upon Obi-Wan, because he was deemed a criminal by the state.
See, like you could also argue that hesitation was his own humanity fighting a pre-programmed order, right? Like exactly. that same type of hesitation is him fighting that sort of brainwashing, saying, no, I love this man. This man has been my friend. I'm not going to do this. And then like it just wipes whatever humanity he has left, and then effectively kills that version of Cody and reinstitutes the one that orders the pulling the trigger on Obi-Wan.
I mean, most of my knowledge is coming from
imposes that version of Cody that would do that.
Yeah. I also base it around like the events at the time, because the whole Clone Wars multimedia project was going on, and you saw from multiple perspectives of all these clones having to take out these orders. Like there was one where there was this fighter pilot that was in the Battle of Coruscant that was just left adrift, and he was picked up by some pirates, and they were escorting Jedi Padawans off planet. He didn't learn about Order 66 until a clone ship docked with this pirate ship, and he was informed that way, but he chose to still hide the identity of the Padawans. There was no organic chip in there. There was no pre-programmed all that. It was the officers that knew about all these orders, and then they were the ones that were going to be dishing out the orders from there. They were the ones only with the knowledge in the clone army. Originally, in the original EU, or like commando units also had all the orders memorized and stuff. But the rank and file clone, if they knew about it, they still had the option, they still had the willpower to not follow them, at least back in the original, like from 2003 to 2005 EU Clone Wars multimedia project.
I think it cheapens the story, to be personally, in my personal opinion, because when you eliminate the choice, right, it kind of dehumanizes and takes away the things that make them different than the droids, right? And and that was kind of like the big fight, the big like overarching theme of this, right? Is that the Separatists, yes, their ideas tend to be more towards a liberal ideology, but the methods that they're using are kind of corrupt, because they're not using actual humans to like promote this message and fight this what they believe to be a righteous war, right? Then you have the Republic that is the source of power, and they're kind of corrupt and just this big ball of garbage at that point, but they're choosing to use humans like humanize the actual war effort, right? And at the end of the day, it just like when the emperor orders that, it's like the absolute perversion of what human choice and human thought is, and just eradicates whatever like moral righteousness that they had at that point, and just demolishes it, and it becomes the full authoritarian totalitarian regime.
I understand that too from a writing perspective, that is definitely a good point. But then also is on the flip side that the clones were still willing to carry out these orders is also another key point, that the will of these soldiers was still that they wished to seek revenge upon these awful generals that led them into countless slaughters that had their brothers killed, and this was their retribution. Because a lot of the Jedi were just flat out hated because they were warrior monks. They were not these experienced officers, which, I mean, officer quality is kind of iffy in a lot of military sometimes, but especially in the Republic, the Jedi were not officers. They were not trained military personnel to lead men into battle. They were individualistic warriors. And that's why they oftentimes led full frontal assaults. Like you saw that in Geonosis, the clones just charging out and taking untold hundreds of thousands of casualties because they're doing World War I tactics.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that another good thing to bring up, you were talking about how eventually, like Jedi, of course, they weren't originally supposed to be warriors, and even Mace Windu, who's like the most powerful warrior of the Jedi, says like, "Oh, we're keepers of the peace. We aren't soldiers." However, they ended up becoming soldiers, of course, by the end of Attack of the Clones. But what's interesting is it's sort of almost, to a different extent, sort of parallels what happened before the founding of the present Galactic Republic. When I say present Galactic Republic, I refer to the one from the prequels. Before the Rusan Reformation, where it was basically this massive dark age. It was basically the 40K era of the Star Wars universe, where you had like just waves and waves of Jedi and Sith going at each other. And it was at that point where the entire Galactic Republic, or at least what was left of it at the time, or the previous iteration, basically there's, for like hundreds of years, the Supreme Chancellors were all Jedi.
Yeah, it was I mean, they weren't officially in charge, but they supplanted themselves as the Chancellor every time. So, in a way, you can kind of see that as a self-serving coup or a political party just rigging themselves into there, even though the Jedi aren't a political movement. But that is a great point to bring up.
Also, this may be based in nothing, so someone tell me if it is based in nothing, but I almost get the impression that after that particular era, the Jedi and the Sith both responded to the calamity of constant mass death in actually very similar ways, despite the fact that it may not look so. The Jedi responded by quote, retreating from the political sphere into the ivory tower, as it were. At least they didn't stay there. Obviously, we know they didn't stay there because episodes 1 to 3 then happened, but they retreated into the ivory tower. And if you look at the rule of two is almost like a kind of retreat into an ivory tower of a sort as well. If you think about it.
Yes, absolutely.
Where instead of having this dark brotherhood where the dark side of the force is somehow doled out equally among all of these individuals, they instead just wiped out everyone and had only 2 individuals with who were tapping that source.
And yeah, both of them, if you look at it from that perspective, right, it tends to be a reformation of what, like, the quote unquote true sense of what each one of these particular ideologies envisioned was going to be their best form, right? Because the idea of the Sith is that you need to be able to break your chains. You need to keep seeking power and strive and move. And if you are trying to split that, then you're not allowing the natural order of things to progress and the strongs to survive, right?
Yeah, and it often would lead to their defeat as a consequence of this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, in a way, I mean, there are a lot of people who don't agree with what you and I just said there, but I mean, in a way, I mean, this is my position, which is that the Sith's best chance was in fact through the rule of two. It was the
Yeah,
closest
absolutely
they
it
had
was.
ever come to actually winning was rule
Yeah.
of two, because they managed
Yeah.
to get Palpatine into the position that he was in at that point. They could never have done that with the Brotherhood of Darkness.
No,
I
never.
think it's because the Sith also realized that trying to take over the galaxy through an overt means, like through a Sith Empire, was not going to work necessarily when the Galactic Republic was so well established. So they were instead going to turn their attentions to just infiltrating the Republic and supplanting it with their own ideology. Well, theocracy, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically
Yeah.
playing the long game.
But in Eternal Chronicler is saying something interesting. It says basically in the Dark Ages, the Jedi were warlords. Yeah, that is absolutely right. And you see, I think another notion of Star Wars, we see just like one of its and we could have this could lead into a completely different conversation that we probably shouldn't have right now, just on the philosophy of history in general. But there is sort of this general trend throughout Star Wars that sort of treats the history of the universe as happening in cycles. And I mean, it is a very cyclical story with like different patterns and stuff. And you see that throughout all of the extended media, all the way back to like the days of the Old Republic. There's a series of rises and falls, contractions, and sort of expansions, that sort of thing. Struggle between good and evil. Evil will take over. And then good will try. It's just that sort of Heraclitus kind of like flux and strife. That makes any sense. But yeah, no. And then you see sort of again, Dark Age and then Golden Age, et cetera, et cetera. And the Jedi always sort of become like, these sort of, and not necessarily even out of desire, but they sort of become removed from their monk-like ways and become these warriors, and in a way that sort of corrupts the order even more. And I mean, you see that during like the Old Republic era. You see that, of course, during the what is it, the Dark War, or what's that final war before the Rusan Reformation?
The Great Sith Wars, I believe.
The Great Sith, I think. Yeah, no, but you just see that constantly just throughout the entire, and I think that's really interesting. And that brings me on to a sort of final topic before we go to our first intermission that I want to discuss. And so, I mean, everyone's familiar, of course. So I'm not an anarchist personally, but everyone's familiar with Murray Rothbard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his whole theory of history was the notion that history is basically a constant dualistic struggle between liberty and tyranny. And in a sense, you could sort of apply that to the Star Wars universe in general. And you see that struggle is exemplified perfectly. Maybe not so much within the prequels, but mostly within the originals and even in the sequels too. And you sort of that sort of back and forth between that I say this in like the lowercase. I don't say this in like a partisan terms or in even American U.S. ideological terms, but sort of that lowercase L libertarianism versus that sort of authoritarianism that is exemplified in the First Order and in the Galactic Empire. I should have said the Galactic Empire first, but yeah, no, you sort of that back and forth, like you see a republic, sort of like a liberal democracy, values freedom, and then after that, then you see the rise of an empire. But yeah, you sort of see that dichotomy throughout the series, and again, even more so in the EU, which we won't get into right now. But on that note, would you say, and again, I don't mean this in terms of like the American free market sense necessarily, but just in sort of the general philosophical political sense, but would you say Star Wars is has an inherently libertarian message?
Whenever you're talking about the movies, yes. If you're talking about the expanded universe, I would have to say no.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I kind of feel like if we look at Star Wars as like from the perspective of like what does the Force want, and we look at like George Lucas's initial ideas on like this whole wills business, I get the impression, and someone can correct me if I'm going off on a wrong tangent here, but I get the impression that the Force actually wants conflict.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't actually. It doesn't seem to desire a perfect libertarian
harmony or
outcome.
balance. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I think it's like trying to epitomize the idea that change is good, like that idea, conflict is a necessary thing, and that beings existing in conflict sometimes is good, like that type. Like it's philosophical and in nature, and it just kind of takes a little bit to kind of suss it out. Like
It gets
fully
into
flesh
the
it out.
idea of the natural law, how
Yeah.
conflict is necessary for societies to survive, and societies without conflict crumble and decay.
Mm. Also, I mean, you can even argue, and this is probably some EU stuff, so people can like rap me on the wrists if I'm going too far in an EU direction here, because maybe it's been explicitly counter signaled through canon already. But I almost get the impression also that the Force will make a decision to tolerate what would ordinarily be an intolerable situation for itself in the case where it is facing individuals that have cut themselves off from the Force because the Force seems to despise this thing the most. So, for example, the Yuzang Vong seem to be the least favored group that the Force could possibly encounter, given that they have cut themselves off from the Force or being cut off from the Force, depending on how you look at it. And so you could even argue that the rise of Palpatine and the coalescence of the Galactic Empire was a necessary evil.
Yeah, that was a theory that
that was
the real reason he created the Death Star, I think. I mean, it's kind of been debunked, but I mean, it's one I've always liked, that he was kind of doing it for the greater good. However, I think that kind of erases Palpatine's evilness, which is kind of where the theory falls flat. But otherwise,
how about both?
I mean, why not both?
It seems like a very Thrawn thing to do, though, I would say.
I mean, though, he did want his empire to survive in the original EU. He didn't want it to crumble like Disney's EU.
Yeah, no, that's what's really stupid. Basically, the new Disney Palpatine reminds me more of like a Putin type guy who can't see an empire that is not ruled by him, and he's just like so narcissistic that he's like, okay, I just want it to crumble after I die. Whereas that I really don't like that idea, and it kind of just makes Palpatine seem to be a megalomaniac, but makes him out to be
a little bit petty in a way.
Yeah, and it's like I've always seen the Empire as something that stood for something greater than what Palpatine is, whereas Palpatine really, and I guess it makes sense that he would view it like this, but whereas he just saw it as a continuation, or as just an extension of himself. And Palpatine was trying to basically resurrect the old Sith Empire, and that doesn't really make very much sense, because it's kind of betraying the old ethos of the Sith Empire, which is to perpetuate the Empire itself, because the idea of the Empire was greater than any one individual, including the and I guess you see this with the Sith Emperor Darth Vitiate too. He kind of viewed it as an extension of himself, and so actually maybe that is sticking true to the principle itself. If you think about it, where it's like you have the Emperor who just thinks it's an extension of himself, and then you have the people who see it as like something greater. But so maybe I'm wrong there.
You can also see it as just the natural course of a person being pulled in multiple directions by competing interests that keep impacting their consciousness. So, for example, you could say that Palpatine's original motive was for the purpose of carrying out the ultimate goal of what the Rule of Two is supposed to produce, which was the recreation of a Sith Empire. But then you could also say that he started to look into the far unexplored, however you want to define them, regions, and thought, oh, well, I'm also quite interested in trying to find out where, how the dark side nexus operates, which was apparently a thing that he was interested in. And then there's that whole business on Exegol that he had going on, right? And then simultaneous to that, he had all of these, I guess you could say, quote, more pedestrian concerns of how is he going to manage Darth Vader, given that Darth Vader is possibly secretly trying to kill him, etc., etc. So he's got all of these different things impacting on him at the same time, and he can never quite make all of the puzzle pieces fit together. And so, I mean, I understand it as Darth Sidious having these competing pulls on his interest that make it so that some of his actions seem incoherent, because he can't be literally a perfect person. He can't be literally the quote perfect villain. He will do things that sometimes don't make any sense because of the fact that he's got so many things going on at the same time. I mean, even if you look at Operation Cinder, for example, which is his almost sort of temper tantrum, burn down the empire if it's not strong enough position. I mean, you can even argue that might have been something he came up with that runs directly contrary to the other thing he was trying to do. But he's, he's content to let these things both operate at the same time under the hopes that perhaps he will never die, so Operation Cinder would never happen anyway, etc., etc.
True.
So he is still human, so he can be a flawed person that's capable of running contradictory agendas at the same time.
Yeah, which seems like almost, I think it also depends on the writer too. And that was also the problem with the old EU. There wasn't as much consistency, and it seemed like when they were writing all these characters, the characters were very different depending on like who the author was. So that was one of the main problems. But either way, it seems like sometimes you have, like in this case, the Emperor being different characters in the new canon, a different character in the new canon than he is in the original trilogy, than he is in the new books, than he is in episode 9. They shouldn't have even brought Palpatine back in episode 9. They should have just went with like sort of an ancient Sith direction or something. But
yeah, his behavior in episode 9 was also like that was the hardest one to reconcile with past behavior, because you're thinking it's like, okay, he's on a different thing now suddenly, right? It did feel like he was on a different kick this time around, like he had a different idea of what he wanted to do again. And so it's one of those things where sometimes I think to myself, okay, the only way to make this line up without having to literally question the writers as to their own sanity when some of these things don't line up is to say that, okay, well, Palpatine has once again shifted his direction and has post hoc justified his own shifting direction.
Yeah.
Which I guess, I mean, sometimes national leaders do that, where they'll impulsively do something and then be like, actually, this was all part of my plan, right?
Yeah.
So
either way, on that note, I think it's probably good time that we move on to our first intermission. I know Damnation has to bug out a little bit early.
Yep.
We're about halfway done with the stream. Like I said, this is going to be a bit of a longer one, but if again, I just want to remind anyone, if anyone needs to go at any point, I won't hold it against you. But prefer that not to be the case. But either way, I understand that we all are pretty busy. So, but either way, so we're going to move on to, we're going to have about a 5-minute intermission. Reconvene, and then we're going to talk about politically ideological underpinnings of like various factions in both canon and in Legends. So we will see you guys here in a little bit. All right, everybody back?
Yep.
All right, yeah.
Oh,
My mic quality dipped a little bit.
huh.
Either way, so moving on to part 2 of tonight's stream. We're going to be talking about different factions and where we would classify them politically speaking. And we're not just going to be talking about the film factions. We're going to be going into the ones in the expanded universe as well. I will let you guys more or less choose how you want to do that. Do you want to start by analyzing the core ones from the films and then working our way outward, or do you think we should do it chronologically and start with like the old Republic stuff?
So
I think films would be good because that's the one that most people are aware of.
Yeah,
Okay.
that, and I actually have some notes on. I'm surprised we didn't talk about the latter trilogy. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be surprised because they're awful, artistically
A
speaking.
dumpster fire.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe okay. This might not be germane to our discussion, but I guess I'll start this off with some notes I had on the latter films.
Okay,
So
that works. And we can start with any of the films.
yeah. So episode, what is it? 7? Is it the
Force Awakens?
Yeah, The Force Awakens.
Followed by the Force goes back to sleep and the Force takes a nap.
Yeah, it's definitely a creative malaise. It refers to episode 4 so much, people eventually realized it was just a reboot, a remake, a ripoff of that film.
Which I can understand. I mean, it was just trying to kind of get us back
Yeah.
into the groove. I thought, okay. I mean, in hindsight, I mean, I guess episode 9 more or less negates my previous warm feelings towards episode 7, especially. But at the time, I thought episode 7 was a solid movie for what it was. I mean, it's not good in hindsight, but
Well, yeah, I mean, like most
yeah.
people realized the con. You know, as most cons go, they realize it too late. So, but anyways,
Yeah.
going on to my little going off my notes here. It's a so in episode 7 you have self-referential phenomena, and it parallels problems we have in the United States right now. You know, despite the conditions we have right now in this country, we still have these memes as, you know, we're a free country, American exceptionalism, democracy, freedom, social mobility, color blindness, rah rah rah. So these ideas once had currency, but they clearly do not. You know, American exceptionalism, we're entering an era of multipolarity. Democracy, about a quarter to a third of the country thinks the current president is illegitimate, and perhaps another third to a quarter didn't even vote in the election. Freedom and social mobility is like, yeah, if you don't have a master's degree, you're basically not a human being. And color blindness, well, critical race theory is currently disposing of color blindness. So, much like episode 7, trying to revive the magic of episode 4 or the original Star Wars movie, it fell on its face because the technogloss and glamour that it presented to itself did not. It wasn't congruous with the situation on the ground or the feeling in society. And no amount of technology or special effects were going to overcome that.
Yeah, that's a really powerful expression about the dumpster fire that was the sequels.
Yeah, this is episode 7. In episode 8, I won't give you the full paragraph, but I'll just say, Rey and Kylo not getting together, even though that's clearly what was going to happen. You know, that's just emblematic of our sexless culture and the rift between men and women in our society. And I can't remember what happened in episode 9 because it was so stupid and bland.
It was like trying to be a single trilogy in one. Like at that point, they should have just gone with what episode 8 like had set up. It's like, okay, damage was done. For better or worse, I actually liked episode 8, but it's like, for better or worse, at least keep going in that direction. Like, make it mean something. Like, if that makes sense. I like the idea of like Kylo Ren should have been the main villain in episode. And yeah, I think they could have incorporated stuff having to do with the ancient Sith. That would have been awesome. But just it was episode 9 was a mess. It just seemed like it was like scene plus scene after scene after scene after scene, just all these unrelated vignettes, and it was a mess.
I just saw him as a very
The thing about
discounter.
Episode 9 that like freaks me out the most in terms of like, I'm thinking like you shouldn't be able to break the fourth wall and criticize the director while you're watching it. But I thought near the end, and obviously spoiler alert for anyone that still cares about spoilers at this point, but of course near the end there's that whole let's say spiritual relationship between Rey and Kylo that Palpatine was attempting to exploit for the revival of himself or whatever, right? So you've got that whole business going on, and then within the last 10 to 15 minutes of the movie, the way in which this mechanic that they have painstakingly explained to us literally changes, and Palpatine just literally adapts to that new change immediately, leaving the rest of us with whiplash, forcing us to actually hit pause and rewind in order to find out how exactly that just occurred. Did any of you also get that
Poor
impression?
writing.
Things changed in the last 15 minutes, and they shouldn't have.
The way it should have ended is Rey should have died, like sacrificed herself, and then it should have been Kylo Ren at the end on Tatooine, and it could have gone full circle, and they could have made him going into exile on Tatooine, just like Obi-Wan Kenobi. That would have been the perfect ending. Well,
Yeah,
as close to a
I
perfect ending you
I
can
can
go.
imagine how they could have written themselves out. I mean, that's probably one way they could have written
But-
themselves out in a way that
But
wouldn't
they
have been-
wouldn't. But they wouldn't have killed off Rey because she's the bestest ever. And
Because she's a whammon.
There were other ways they could have gone about it. Well, the other way they could have gone about it. I mean, the way they went, it was the way that they actually chose. But I mean, even that was kind of like, I don't think they actually wrote it in a way where you knew it was going to happen before it happened the way that it happened, right? It came too much like there was an argument perhaps somewhere at Lucasfilm right at that point, and they were like, how are we going to end this? And then there was a big row, and then they decided. That's how it felt like to me.
okay, yeah, I could.
Yeah.
It was just overall. I think we could all agree, sequel trilogy for what good parts it may have had. Which I think. I mean, I think there were some solid moments, but it was more or less a failure. I think we can agree on that.
Right.
But
Yeah, and there were also some logistical failures near the end as well, where you think that he's got all of these let's say all of these ships are on Exegol, and
yeah,
Underneath the ice.
it was like
exactly, and everything is just rising up. It's like, okay, well, this is actually significantly more in terms of like resource than we thought the First Order was capable of producing. So you'd figure at this point that if you on the Rebel Alliance side, you'd be freaking out. These guys did not even bat an eyelid. They practically didn't even bat an eyelid and continued fighting. Like, that seemed to me to be slightly unrealistic. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where, okay, there's gung-ho, and then there's, do you understand what you're facing right now?
I think when I was watching it initially, I counted at least 9 different acts, which in the typical 3-act format of a movie, I was just seeing like 3 extra movies. I was seeing 3 movies.
It reminded me of Batman versus Superman in that regard, where it's like it was trying to be multiple movies in one. It was trying to be like Batman versus Superman was trying to be a Man of Steel follow up. It was trying to be a Batman movie and was trying to be a Justice League setup. It was trying to be all those movies, and it just did not work. Like, I mean, if anything, they could have. I mean, they could have just cut. At that point, they should have just cut the formula and done like 4 movies, done a quadrilogy. That would have been
Yeah, because they could have done episode 9
break
and
the
been like,
mold.
okay, we ran out of time. We're gonna have to do an episode 10. I'm sorry, right? That could have probably worked.
I mean, they could have done that just to be like, well, we want to have an even number with that nice X at the end.
Yeah. And
Like,
it would have been a
that-
great
that-
surprise as well, because then at the end we would have realized, wait, this didn't actually end, and they'll be like, yep, see you in the next castle, right?
Yeah. And going off of Kylo Ren, like, I've always just seen him since episode 7 as a discount Darth Kaitis. If any of you remember Darth
Yeah.
Kaitis.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just the whole temper tantrums, which Darth Caedus did have when he was a teenager before he even fell to the dark side. But by the time he was fallen to the dark side, he was a mature 20-year-old. He was actually a father by then too, and he had smoothed out his rough edges, matured, became the man that he wanted to be, and fell to the dark side. But he wasn't a child that just became a darksider because whims and emotions.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and Ray is definitely a discount Jaina for Eric in the chat.
Yeah.
She was the stand-in for Jaina Solo.
And I didn't hate the that Ray was a Palpatine. That's actually something I didn't hate. However, I would have. I was firmly on the Ray Kenobi bandwagon.
I mean, it was so shoehorned in, and only given like 10 minutes of explanation.
If that.
If that. I'm being generous with that 10 minutes because that's what it felt like, just watching the painful agony tearing through my head.
Either way, though, but back to the political component of it, the Galactic Empire. It sort of has, at first glance, it appears like it might be. It's kind of like a fascist state. And again, I really don't like using the political compass as a dichotomy. But if we're to classify it, I'd say, in general, I would say it falls sort of just barely in the red square. If would you say that maybe, especially because they nationalized a lot of the private industry that sort of defined the Republic's industrial complex.
Yep.
But at the same time, it was some of it was nationalized, and then some of it was corporatized as well. So it was kind of a fusion, I guess, between what we would call fascism and what we would call socialism.
I mean, a great example of that is how National Socialist economics worked, which, I mean, similar to fascism, and definitely socialist ideology, but they did nationalize and then corporatized much of the German industries. When it came to like the agricultural industries, they kept it more in local hands. That was like the only part of the economy that they didn't really touch. But when it came to like the businesses and the major production facilities, they most of the time corporatized them into major companies like, say, Krupp and Mercedes and Volkswagen, and all these other major German industries. What you kind of see with the Galactic Empire with, like, say, Kuat drive yards essentially went from one single major shipyard to essentially them owning half the shipyards in the galaxy because the Galactic Empire funneled them all the they devalued all the other shipyards for them to purchase them up to give them cheap warships, and et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
So
No, that's fair.
And you could also argue that they were not operating a live and let live style economy either, because in many of the outer rim areas that they ended up taking control of after the CIS was defeated, they essentially went in there, and as opposed to just doing what the Republic had done previously, which fomented the Civil War in the first place, they did actually try to remedy some of the root causes of these problems by presenting law and order and general employment, because of the fact that everything was being folded into this now nationalized military production complex. So it doesn't strike me as something that you would see as being in the let's say libertarian frame. It definitely was not. It was in the state directed economy frame.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would agree with that, but what would you say? This is kind of a dumb question, but would you say the Empire was fiscally responsible? Because I know, and Ray, you're going to laugh, because I know you have a long history with Academic Agent. He made a Star Wars video. It was pretty good, I thought. I mean, of course, he seems like it's no surprise that he's an Empire hardcore Empire stand, which was what the video.
I mean, I would
presented
be. I mean, I
earlier.
would be surprised. This is the thing that actually is surprising about him. Why would he be an Empire stan if he's a libertarian?
Now, is he even a libertarian anymore, or is he? I mean, I know he's like classically liberal, like economically and stuff, but he's went in an interesting direction lately.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, maybe he has a different theory on how this economy works. So yeah, well, what was he saying then?
Well, he was arguing that Palpatine was, or that the Empire was preferable to the Republic, and Palpatine was like fiscally responsible and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, but I think you can debunk the fiscal responsibility argument with regards to the Empire with the Death Star. The Death Star was kind of a dumb idea.
I mean, I suppose it depends on how you want to how he wants to define responsibility, right? Because I mean, if responsibility is responsibility to quell potential insurgencies through economic methods,
he was arguing it in the traditional like libertarian fiscal conservative sense, though.
Oh well, then definitely not. I mean, you don't libertarianly buy a Death Star.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you definitely don't give that Death Star over to Tarkin for him to experiment by firing it on people, which then results in actually more insurgency than you started out with.
I mean, the first world that he did shoot at, well, in the old EU was an abandoned moon, so he didn't necessarily test it out in Alderaan. He was just using that as a bluff on Princess Leia.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, the bluff that went too far.
I mean, yeah, it was a bluff that went way too far because
well, I mean, don't forget that they also used it during Rogue One.
Yeah, well, you can't look. The thing about like an officer is like some of them have a superiority complex and they cannot look weak in front of other officers. Like I see that in the U.S. Army too. Like if a company commander says something, even if he isn't serious, but everybody else interprets it as serious, he has to actually act on it, or else his credibility will go down.
Oh, yeah, good point. Some of this stuff could be interpersonal as opposed to it being like a policy of doing the wrong thing.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that Thrawn was definitely a better leader, not just militarily, but also just even. I mean, Palpatine, I suppose you could consider to be a good figurehead. But I just think and he was a good politician, at least in the prequels, but I don't know. I do get the sense that like basically he gave the, it kind of like Ronald Reagan in this sense. He knew that he didn't know everything. And so that's why he handed like these different responsibilities to these different specialists that he filled his like cabinet with and whatever. And he focused just on the dark side shit. But I mean, some people could say that about Ronald Reagan. I know that Chicago definitely would, but either way, no. But you know, either way, as just an all around politician, Palpatine definitely did have a lot of weak areas, and that is where it is somewhat inconsistent throughout canon. It's like how involved in governing the Empire was Palpatine really?
I mean, that's also how every authoritarian regime ends up going, because especially when it's a political party that's the one taking over, which I'm not saying Palpatine was ruling a political party, because he wasn't. He was a theocratic leader. But they always get people from within the party that know these certain things, and they put them into those offices of specialties. That's why you saw, like, say, Hermann Goering in National Socialist Germany being in charge of the Luftwaffe and Reichsmarschall, because he was this fighter ace from the First World War. You saw Heinz Guderian, which he was a German officer that was supportive of the National Socialists, effectively become de facto leader of the Wehrmacht as Inspector General. You had these people that were supportive of the regime, that knew what they were doing, be the ones in these positions, and that's why you had the Moffs become these regional governors, because they were experienced military governors, which there's a difference. Like Thrawn and Tarkin are both competent in their own ways. It's just Tarkin was competent in the governing side of the military, in the whole garrison idea, while then Thrawn was more in the military campaigning.
Yeah.
he was a good wartime.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's kind of like if you're to make a Game of Thrones kind of parallel, I would see sort of Tarkin as the oh god, what's his name? The Stannis Baratheon, and then except more evil, of course, and then Thrawn as more of the Tywin Lannister.
I would kind of wouldn't that be in reverse? Because Tywin Lannister was definitely a lot better at governing, which that's why I'd put him in the Tarkin. Well, then the Thrawn would be
Maybe
the
I think
Stannis.
it could work both ways. But I mean, I think if you're to make a comparison, I would say, I mean, Tywin and Thrawn, I think bear more similarities to each other, at least in terms of their sort of pragmatic nature and their sort of like ruthlessness, yet they're lawful neutral.
In personalities, yes, they're very aligned, but just in how they actually like acted and how they perceived things. Like Stannis was always known as being like this great wartime man, but nobody wanted him to be king because he was only good in times of war.
Okay, yeah.
I mean,
I
I don't know if Tarkin can be actually compared to anyone in Game of Thrones, because I mean, so again, correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I'm actually mixing him up with a different character in this case, because that occasionally will happen. But I thought that Tarkin's homeworld that he grew up in was actually a place so chaotic and so lacking in any form of what would be recognized as civilization that this gave him kind of.
Wasn't he from Eridu? Or no, wait, was it Eridu? No, Eridu.
It depends on which continuity you're going after. I forget the name of Legends, and I also forget the name in canon, but I remember them being two separate planets.
Okay. Because
so,
there is
one
Eridu
in both, but just the backstory
no civilization
of Eridu
at all.
different.
He spends most of his childhood avoiding death. Is that not the case?
Okay, well, he was born into. I remember in one continuity, he was born into the nobility, and it was the nobility's like rite of passage that they had to survive for a certain amount of time.
Yes, this is the new continuity. Yeah,
that's the new continuity. And they had to survive in the wilderness against these massive beasts and just the environment in general on their native planet, which was very harsh. And the other continuity was, what was it? I'm having a mental block on this one.
I forget. I only remember because I did read the Tarkin novel, but I am blanking too. I don't even remember. Like there's so much EU. Like I really didn't start becoming invested in the EU until like I played The Force Unleashed, and then that's sort of like what introduced me to the broader stuff outside of the movies. So a lot of the stuff before that, like I never read like Dark Empire or any of the like comics or anything that came out before then, with the exception of the Knights of the Old Republic comics. But
yeah, there's way too much at this point. Like if you were going to try to get into now, you might as well have been born back then and started from day one, because you're still going to be learning stuff to this day, even if you were born back then.
But I would assume that like whichever continuity you want to choose, we'd all be in agreement that basically Tarkin is like a ball of PTSD, essentially.
Oh yeah,
for one reason or another. And so I think this can be a description of how he arrives at some of the decision-making processes he does, as opposed to he just wakes up in the morning and decides, I'm going to be evil because it's actually fun, right?
Yeah.
He is more three-dimensional than that.
Well, that's like the great thing that the EU has always given to a lot of characters. I say a lot because some characters they still write two-dimensionally even in the EU, but a lot of the times they try to at least give them somewhat of a three-dimensional personality, and that you can kind of like justify their actions even if they are tyrannical levels.
Do you think it is appropriate to sort of frame Star Wars politics in the same, like to frame it within the context of like political and ideological systems that we have in our world? I mean, I guess in terms of, for the sake of like overall analysis, I mean, that's all we can do. But would you say they view politics kind of in the same way that we do, at least from what we know? Like, could you really describe the Galactic Empire as like fascist or socialist
No.
or anything?
No,
Yeah,
I mean, this is
no.
one of those
Or is it
things
its
where I
own
think it's
thing?
not
it's like the
ideological.
Imperium. You can't really describe a specific ideology to it.
Yeah, I would say it's not a matter of ideology, but imperatives. Imperatives, I think, are different from ideologies because imperatives are like the reasons why people want to do the things they do, whereas ideology would be something which should be very much incapable of just transplanting from one universe to the fictional one, right? So, I mean, for example, let's say you look at the CIS, which obviously I'm just choosing the easiest one to characterize here. You look at the CIS as a faction, for example. Their imperatives are that they're pissed off because people in the outer and mid-level regions, including in universities and so on, where they're young academics studying, are taken up by things that Dooku is saying because of the fact that he's telling them that they've been unable to take advantage of trade. They're not treated equally in the Galactic Federation, and so on and so forth. Now, this cannot be compared to anything that literally exists on planet Earth, but you can understand the imperatives are the same because it's one of those things where humans are gonna think a certain way, or life forms in general are going to think a certain way and desire certain things. So it is possible for us to understand that. Similarly, if we look at what happened with the Galactic Empire, the idea that you want to centralize everything on Coruscant so that you can keep a close eye on everyone and generally administer things in a top-down direction because you believe there are outside threats that are constantly trying to bombard you. I mean, someone can make a comparison between that and fascism, but you can make a comparison between that and neoconservatism, or you can make a comparison between that and anyone who is generally afraid of things outside of their borders, etc., etc. So I don't think you can like peg these things as being one ideology or another, but it's possible to understand why they make the decisions they make because there are real world political decisions that kind of look like the ones that these people make in these stories.
Okay. No, that's fair. But I would say, but in terms of discussing, well, actually, in order to discuss, I guess, the sort of political structure of the empire, I mean, the empire is very complicated where it seems like it's a bunch of different things kind of all mishmash in one. Like, for instance, the Moff system in a lot of ways reminds me of and it's kind of always reminded me of this, but the ancient Persian system with like the satraps and all of that.
Yes. Or I would even compare it to the Zamindar system in South Asia, for example, which is very similar, right? Where you've got basically these kind of landlord industry management or agricultural management people who then became this sort of militarized guard that would like give these top-down orders, very similar to the Moff system, right? And so that's what it always reminded me of. That Palpatine came in and basically brought this stuff back, as opposed to the previous liberal democracy-like system that existed.
And early on in its, go Kilhoun.
Oh, I was going to describe it much as being similar to how the territories of the German Empire were governed, because most of the colonies and territories, even in Alsace-Lorraine, were ruled by military governors. And that's what the Moff systems were like. And those were most of the time the outer regions. Well, then as you get more closer to the core, but the main base population that's supportive of the empire are more ruled by civilian governments the deeper you get in.
Yeah, no, that is a great comparison too. Yeah, no, that is a great comparison.
It's like definitely the systems are more independent the closer you get in towards the core, whereas it's really the mid-rim and beyond that where it's like the military that has control.
Mm-hmm. And you would think that this would not cause buy-in, but there were a lot of people who did in fact do buy into the empire precisely because of this system, even though a lot of people can't imagine why that would be so. But again, if you look at the kind of chaos that reigned in these places prior to that, there are some instances in which it was better to live under the Moff system than it was to not live under it.
Yeah, because most of the time the Moff system was very because they acted as representatives of the emperor himself as the executive, and the emperor, by the nature of an imperial office and a monarchical office, they were chief justice along with head of the military. So they would use the military to administer justice, and most of the time in these lawless regions, you would have to use a militaristic crackdown upon crime to actually be effective.
Exactly.
Unlike
it reminds me a lot of the Spanish imperial viceroy system.
Oh yes, that is absolutely perfect example.
So like where the where it was very unlike the British and French systems, where because of course they were more republican in nature. Well, not so much France, but especially
more
Britain,
liberal
where
in nature.
yeah, and more devolved, more autonomy, more democratic in individual colonies themselves. Whereas the Spanish viceroys were literally a direct extension of the king's will, and they were basically their own mini kings in the Spanish colonies. So that's kind of like what it was with the moffs.
Yeah. And it's always different in which iteration you're reading about too. But the Senate was, of course, the legislative branch, which I would describe them as they kind of ended up like the Roman Senate. Just instead of taking hundreds of years to lose their power, it took 20 years to lose all their power.
Yeah, no, because we need to remember, like the Galactic Empire can be kind of split into different, at least in practice, like de facto, different kinds of government. Like the early on, the Galactic Empire was still a republic, and you still had the senators who had their own they had power, and the fact that they had too much power was part of the reason why Palpatine just got rid of it, not altogether, and eventually became a sham, and then it was just dissolved entirely. And then after that, it basically became ruled by the moffs and governors. And then sort of by the end, sort of as the empire started to lose, it just basically became I guess a stratocracy. Is that how you pronounce it? Basically just rule of the military.
Yeah,
altogether.
stratocracy.
Yep. The only issue with it being a stratocracy is that there was a civilian government prior. Stratocracies are where there was no previous civilian government for the military to take over.
Yeah.
Because they were always
by the very end of the Galactic Civil War, especially after the Battle of Yavin, and this is referring to, or not the Battle of Yavin, I'm sorry, the Battle of Endor, and this is strictly referring to the new canon. The civilian governments, yeah, even though they existed, they were just they had really no power, and it was really just these warlords. And it was like that in the EU also.
It was, but there was a still civilian apparatus, and that's why you could describe in the old legends as them being more of juntas instead of stratocracies.
Yeah, because I mean, even if so long as you make even the pretense of having civilian government structures, then it's not a stratocracy.
George, do you have any notes about this topic specifically?
No, not really. I mean, again, so what I brought up earlier, you in the Empire and the First Order, you have like basically authoritarian governments, and then the rebels and the resistance, you have I don't know, liberal nonsense basically. I guess we could talk about the interesting bit how the resistance existed before the Republic got blown up by the First Order. So, was the Republic funding their own moderate rebels or something? I don't know what was going on there.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like how the U.S. keeps on going and funding all these moderate militias in like countries like Syria and stuff, and then we start giving them airstrikes, and then next thing you know, we have boots on the ground. That's kind of what the Republic was doing with the First Order there.
The First Order was just.
I mean, to be charitable to them, another way of looking at it is that after the collapse of the Galactic Empire in the first instance, the people who brought about that collapse didn't want to just fold themselves back into the civilian structure that was coming into existence, and they decided to make themselves separate, right? Then they became kind of like, it started to be viewed almost like they were their own interest group, so they wanted to give themselves a reason to continue to exist. So they were like, okay, we're going to hype the First Order as a big threat, which ironically indeed it was, and the civilian structure just didn't believe them until obviously, beams destroyed them.
I mean, the funny thing, did any of you realize that the First Order was not the only Imperial remnant?
Yes, exactly. I was actually hoping that and this would have been awesome if they would have, because they said, "Oh, we have our allies like that we need to gather and stuff. What would have been like they said that at the end of episode 8. What I was really hoping for, and like I knew deep down they weren't going to do this because they weren't that smart to do something cool like this, but that their allies, it was actually the Empire, and the Empire was going to would help them defeat the First Order.
I mean, yeah, it would be like
divided against itself in a way.
I mean, the First Order was like an extremist splinter faction of the Empire, because the Empire sued for peace. Like in canon, the Empire sued for peace, and they ended up sort of going by these stipulations and had to like stay within these predetermined boundaries. And it was still like all the loyal Imperial planets that thrived under that rule.
It was mostly the core regions that they were still huddled around.
And then you had other more extreme. Then you had other warlords and stuff, and then you had a faction that was in the midst of a Cold War with them, and then you had the First Order. And the First Order's origins aren't even very, like, they're just there. Like it's like we're just supposed to.
Isn't the origin of the First Order because? Again, correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe this is an EU stuff that I'm smoking here. But isn't it the case that people like Ray Sloan and so on ran off and then said that and then there's a line that says something like the First Order is that you must survive or something like this?
Well, that's what it seemed like they were setting it up for. But then they never brought her up again, and it never even really confirmed.
Yeah, she never appears, which is kind of bizarre.
Yeah. Like I mean, because there was also another faction that was like a militaristic faction that was in the midst of a Cold War, there's like an entire article about that on Wikipedia. But yeah, and then you have the First Order is just there. It's like we're supposed to basically just give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, okay, suspend our disbelief. First Order, they're this big threat. And it's like, but we never we never are given any kind of indication how big the First Order actually is. And it's like how aware are like the people in the Republic by the time of episode 7, how aware are they of the First Order being a threat? Because basically it just seems kind of like a sort of, I got the sense that it was just sort of like a somewhat small military junta of extremists. At least in episode 7.
In the press, the press compared it to the Nazis escaping to South America and other countries.
They escaped Argentina.
Which, of course,
like basically, what if the Nazis ended up infiltrating like the Peronist government and turning it into like
somehow developing nuclear weapons and then nuking all the allies,
and then
still,
building
it would have still only been
and then the French resistance, the only thing, and then the French resistance is the only thing left.
The Maquis is the only thing that's left.
Exactly. I feel like they didn't think that one through in terms of like how to describe that in a way that would actually not sound impossible.
Whoa, 21st century Hollywood not thinking the plot through? Say it isn't so. Whoa.
I mean, the way I would describe the First Order's relationship probably with the original Empire is like they are the National Socialist Party if the National Socialist Party like succeeded in the beer hall putsch and like made their own tiny little Bavarian state. While then the original Empire was like the loyalists to the Kaiser that were hanging around. And then you had, like, of course, the New Republic, which was just Weimar, that wanted to crush them both.
So I think earlier when we said that the Empire adopted a human-centric ideology, bouncing off what you said, the First Order were the true believers. They actually bought into that, and they had something to gain from that. Hence why they bought into it. And when the Empire folded, they said, no, full steam ahead. We're piloting this boat now.
I mean, you could almost make. I mean, this is why I thought they were going to go with it originally. Now you're talking about people who are the true believers, right? This is why I thought they were going to go with it originally, but they didn't do it this way. I thought it was going to be the case when I first saw like in their description of like, oh, there's going to be a thing called the First Order. I was thinking, oh, I understand exactly what's going to happen here. What's going to happen here is that the Empire is supposed to declare this kind of armistice thing, except there's a faction within the Empire which refuses to do this, and then it results in
that's basically what it is. It's basically what it was. Because you had the Empire which sued for peace. Because you had the Empire which sued for peace, and it exists within the core and inner rim. It's not even mentioned in the movies, but I assume it's still
it should
still
be there,
effective because I mean the Empire wouldn't just come apart like that. I
It's
mean,
a
it's too
passing line
large
in
and
one of the books.
Yeah.
but either way though, and then the First Order, it was like basically there's these factions that were in a Cold War with the Republic, or with the New Republic, and then apparently they just ended up creating the First Order. But like it wasn't really even a government, was it? Wasn't it really? It was just really just a military.
Exactly. It was just a
It
military
was,
faction. And so it should have, I mean, to make it more plausible, it should have been able to gain power over the other Imperial remnants.
It was
thus
really just like
making it so they were in
space
charge.
ISIS. It was basically space ISIS.
Exactly. And then it legitimated itself somehow. So it's one of those weird things where I don't think they narrated that in a way like we understand how it should have been narrated, so we've just done that in our heads. But if you watched it and you didn't have that understanding of how it was supposed to work, you would just come away with the idea that indeed it was just space Al Qaeda. It just did a thing, right?
Yeah, just go bomb worlds randomly, and
suddenly everyone
declared-
will recognize your rule.
Yep,
Weird. And so, I don't think I think they were in a hurry. It's one of those things where they were in a hurry because maybe they hadn't. That was another place where they had a sort of like a team argument where they were like, "How much time can we dedicate to world building at the beginning of this?" And they were like, "Let's see if we can give it about 8 minutes." And then they literally just rushed through it.
Yeah, and
they just wanted stormtroopers
and one of the okay novels. It was sort of like a sort of direct. It's the closest thing that what there was to a direct prequel to The Force Awakens. What was it? It was called like Bloodlines or something. It was a book about Princess Leia. And one thing I didn't like is that she didn't become a Jedi. That was a missed opportunity.
Oh yeah,
but either way, so
definitely a missed opportunity there.
The entire thing was basically the New Republic. It was a pretty good book, especially in terms of just laying out the political sort of situation about 5 years before The Force Awakens. And it was basically there was and in the end it's revealed that she's like there's like the paparazzi basically reveals that she's Darth Vader's daughter, and then she ends up resigning. But the entire premise is that there's two different factions. There's the populists and I think the centrists. Very misleading names for these two parties. Because the centrists, it just had to do with the fact that they believed in more centralized power, and then the populists were basically like libertarians, which was Princess Leia's side. But the centrist faction in the book, there were a lot of them were like loyal to the Republic, but a lot of them wanted to sort of recreate a lot of the imperial institutions because it was more efficient, and that was a source of controversy. And then you had even more extreme elements within them who were like secretly like who were secret supporters of the First Order.
I describe it as
that would have been really an interesting thing for them to have like written directly into the movies. That would have actually been good.
Agreed. Well, but I think they wanted to avoid the politics because I think they thought that was like because of the whole thing with the prequels, and that it kind of lost a lot of people kind of lost it.
But then they could have it would have made the whole thing with Starkiller Base would have been far more of an incredible blow when it actually happened, because of the fact that then you could have like seen arguments over whether it would have been necessary to coalesce a gigantic force to go out and actually hit Starkiller Base, or whether you can just like ignore it and it will ignore you, kind of thing. And then
the whole thing was that after the Galactic Civil War, the New Republic ended up demilitarizing, and
which they shouldn't have done, as we see in hindsight.
Exactly.
I mean, in a way, I kind of describe their two political movements as like the Jacobins and the moderates during the French Revolution, where you saw the the moderates being more like the centrists, I guess, and the populists being like the more anti-everything empire, like the Jacobins were for like anti-monarchy everything in France.
Yeah. And you had moderates in both, because I remember the book explained that like both of them had a quote unquote, it used the terms right and left, but it had absolutely nothing to do with like our conceptions of that. Like both parties had a right and a left. Like the centrist party, there was, I think it was the right wing of the centrists. They wanted I think they wanted individual systems to sort of contribute to their own defense, their own defenses and everything. And then you had the other side, which wanted to build like a completely like uniform military as opposed to regional defenses. And then you had the populists. Some of them, I think it was like there were some of them wanted sort of direct. Some of them wanted direct democracy. That was like the left wing, and then the right wing wanted just complete, like basically wanted the Articles of Confederation instead. It was something like no, Eric, I'm talking about there were the right and left wings within those individual parties. The book was describing something along those lines, but either way. And then you had like Leia, who was like a moderate populist, and then but from what I remember, that there were a lot more moderates in the centrists, even though there were a lot more extremists also in the sense, like the ones that were extreme were really extreme, but there were generally a lot more moderates. But it was just generally had to do, it was all a matter of how centralized the government itself should be. And of course, the ones who wanted a more centralized government were the ones who generally tended to be to simp for the old empire.
Yeah, I honestly was just hoping, because I think like that whole like the avoiding politics was great in 4 through 6, and I thought that the prequels actually did a okay job, especially in episode 3,
Yes,
getting to the politics, because that opened up the whole world building that you weren't seeing in the original trilogy. But in the original trilogy, you didn't need it, but you needed it in the prequels. And in the sequels, it was just lacking all of that. And that's why everybody was just lost during those 3 films.
Yeah.
Is that you were only
at
seeing,
least during the first 2. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you were only just seeing this very narrow viewpoint, when you know that this is a story that should be way bigger, but it's not being shown.
Yeah. I also heard people saying that there was a theory, and I don't know where this came from. Maybe it actually came from Lucas himself at one point, that the idea was that the first 3 should have indeed been political world building. The middle 3, which obviously are the originals, should indeed have been the hero's journey thing, and then the latter 3 should have been exploring the spiritual component of the franchise, i.e. deep exploration of the Force and the way in which it operates, which they didn't do. Even though they kept having the chances to do it, they would essentially shy away from it every single time it got too close to them actually having to explain this stuff.
Yeah, they'd cut off with like a snark joke or just something.
Yeah.
Something that just never fit.
It's almost like they were afraid of the audience or something. That they were afraid to be like, okay, if we go overtly theological on this and give you lore, then maybe the audience will fall asleep and the box office hit will not happen. Was that their fear?
They thought that giving us quick-witted jokes and one-liners would be better than actually like giving us deep explanations of all this. And that's why I like Han Solo's just statement. Like, I always love it when he just says that's not how the Force works. I use that for every single movie in 7 through 9. I'm just quoting Han Solo here. That's not how the Force works. That's not how the Force works. I know the EU. That's not how it works.
Yeah, the latter bits that aren't directly involved in the plot, you could turn them into like Herzog films.
Yeah. But should we get on to because we kind of went over the New Republic.
I was going to say, is there really anything even really to? I mean, like the New Republic you're talking about from Legends?
No, I was just talking about this New Republic from the movies. Should we go to the prequels, or?
I was actually about to say, yeah. Let's talk about the Galactic Republic from the prequels. Like, I would say,
just one thing before you guys get there. Eric in the chat is saying, quote, I thought Luke's original plan was to show how Luke and Leia rebuild the Republic. And I assume he's talking about the latter 3.
I do not. Was it? I know nothing about that personally.
In the original EU, Luke's mission essentially in all that was to reconstruct the Jedi Order. And then you saw Leia and Han. Like Han was a general at that time, assisting on the military side to rebuild the Republic, and Leia was in the politicking to rebuild it from the administrative side. In fact, it's a very
kind of took over then too afterwards.
Yeah.
It's a very niche book.
Why did they not do this as the actual thing that they were going to do instead of doing the new canon, which is what they actually did?
Well, that's
because they don't want to make an adaptation. They didn't want to make an adapt because they didn't want to adapt previous works. I mean, and that makes sense, I guess, because Star Wars has never really been that kind of franchise to like adapt its own books into movies. Because it's like all supposed to be a shared universe and all. So
yeah, but then you may be invalidating those movies because whatever it was that happened in EU at the point at which
the EU wasn't canon. Like that was irrelevant. They got rid of it.
It would never become canon now. They've guaranteed it can't become canon.
Yeah. So what I really recommend for everybody is there's this really niche EU book that really, well, at least in the first few chapters, gets into this very well. It's The Courtship of Princess Leia, because the story isn't about necessarily all the politics and the military side, but you see in the first few chapters how Han is getting back from a campaign, and then you see Leia on, I believe it's Coruscant, negotiating with the Hapes Consortium for a military alliance with them, and essentially she was almost willing to marry herself off to a Hapan prince to secure that alliance. But it really shows you the whole politicking that was going to be going on.
I don't think I ever read that one, but I've definitely heard of it.
Yeah, it's an okay book. I have the physical copy. Well, right now it's in storage, but it's actually the original print too.
Okay.
It's really, yeah, but it's a really good book. I recommend everybody check it out. In fact, all the old EU books, I recommend you read as many of them as you can, because they're 9 times out of 10 good writing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'd say closer to 60-40 because you do have some duds too.
Well, yeah, especially like in the early days of the EU, it was really hit or miss. But when the 90s came around, that's when they started getting more gold. Yeah. So going back to the Galactic Republic during that time frame, the whole EU comparison, I would say, is probably the best facilitated comparison in all this, because you have your EU Parliament, which is represented by the Senate in this case.
EU, as in, just for the audience, as in European Union, not extended universe.
Yeah, yes, European Union. I'm so used to being in political circles. I use that just offhand. But yes, the European Union, where you have your European Union Parliament, which is the Senate, that really doesn't have a whole lot of power. They don't really have any military weight behind them. Which you're seeing that in episode 1 a lot with an invasion of Naboo, which, by the way, based monarchy defending their population against tyrannical capitalists. I kind of like, that's the only reason why I give episode 1A credit, is because I like that that whole politicking.
Yeah.
But then it goes on, and after the Naboo crisis and a few other crises that you only see in the EU, the Republic factions that really want to make the Republic that centralized government that they used to have in the deeper in the expanded universe, like in the old Republic times, you started to see them getting power mostly behind Palpatine to create a military and a more centralized government, and to have the member worlds contribute to that.
Yeah, because I remember in the original, like, there were a bunch of different political parties in the Republic in the time of the prequels, at least according to the old EU, or as in the extended universe, not European Union. But no. But you had the two main ones, was like the Core faction and the Rim faction. The Core faction was the one that sort of were like the Hamiltonians, sort of, and they all were for centralization of power into the hands of the wealthy worlds, and they wanted to raise taxes, which the wealthy worlds in the Core could handle, but then the majority alien outer worlds would not be able to take as much. And then that was the Core faction, who they were more like economically liberal, fiscally conservative. Both factions were for free trade. I know, and that, but basically, there's the interim Palpatine faction again. That they were basically Keynesians, at least in terms of how it was described. But but yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably the best way to put that. But then there were like multiple single issue factions too, like the militarist faction, which were generally, I think, aligned with the core word faction. But it was interesting. I wish they would have gotten into more detail with that. Like, I mean, I generally like any lore that has to do with like political factionalization and stuff. Maybe that's just because I'm a political junkie.
I think that in the movies they actually gave enough, and the expanded universe that was made around the movies, like George Lucas had this intention with the movies to have an expansive EU surrounding it as well, and that's why he gave you enough in the movies to give you that seed of curiosity, but enough to get you by for the movie itself. And then you can go research it yourself, like go read the comics, go read the books, or go play the games. And that was his intention. It worked very well back from I wasn't even alive in '99, but it worked very well during that time frame up until 2005, when they finished the Clone Wars multimedia project with Episode 3.
But yeah, I in terms of the Republic, though, I kind of like sort of the what's kind of ridiculous is sort of in the end, it's not only very corrupt, but I also like sort of the I don't want it's not really a subplot, but I mean it's definitely, I'm trying to think of the right word. I can't think of the word to describe it, but basically how a lot of it's been captured by corporate interests, and like you literally have businesses that have Senate seats at that point, like the Trade Federation and the banking clan and all that. Like the Trade Federation literally has a senator.
Yeah, I kind of thought of that as like the ANCAP paradise where each company has a seat in the parliament. But I actually didn't. When I first watched that as a kid, I did not. That completely went over my head. But after I watched it for like probably the 30th time, I was like, oh, okay, this is ANCAPism at work.
What's also interesting too is you have the Republic. And it's interesting how they're able to sort of rationalize this, because I think it would be the source of major conflict. But you have like member worlds. They have their own government. They can run their planets however they want. But then at the same time, they send their own representatives to the Senate. So it's like democracy on a larger scale, but not necessarily democracy on a local scale.
Yeah, the whole thing about the Republic is it was a confederation of member states, and each member state had their own separate form of politics, which really gave a lot of local autonomy. Like you see Naboo, they are an elective matriarch
No,
monarchy.
not matriarch. No, Padme was the first queen, I thought.
Well, there was a king
before
king
Padme.
before. Yes. So never mind. An aristocratic elective monarchy.
How much power did the queen actually have, or is she really just like sort of a figurehead?
In the EU, it varies because she still is the head of the military. Well, whichever monarch is there, is the head of the military, and they can veto legislation. They were essentially like a, I'd describe them as Queen Elizabeth levels of power, where she has powers if she chooses to act on them, but otherwise the government can still act if she chooses not to enact her own powers.
Okay, that's fair. But yeah, Ray, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I mean, what I would say on that is that, I mean, you can almost see problems already coming in from that as well, because if there's no common standards, this explains how you end up with ridiculous situations like, how can I put this in a way that's not going to be like completely incomprehensible to people? It's kind of like you've joined a galactic federation in which everyone is represented democratically in the Senate, but then you can have like entire swathes of people living on worlds that are, quote, democratically represented, and yet they are slaves, for example.
Well, no, but I think
Yeah,
that the whole thing is the
slavery was
Republic.
illegal.
Well, yeah, no, the Republic, I think they have like different conditions. It's like, okay, if you want to join us, you have to like at least at the bare minimum, like not have slavery and this whole thing. Like that was the problem. There's an arc in the Clone Wars where there was this one there was this one former empire that was like that still had slavery or whatever. And that was, of course, a tension between them and the Republic. The Republic wanted to bring them in. It was like those cat people. Do you remember that story arc?
Oh yeah.
Well, actually, fair enough. Then I stand corrected.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like there were conditions, I believe.
And then episode 1, they also do show that with Tatooine being within the Hutt sphere because it was a
Good point,
slave
good
territory.
point.
On that note, we
Yeah,
should
yeah.
talk about the Hutts. Like,
Ooh,
are they really technically a sovereign government, or is it just crime families, or is it a little bit of both?
It's a bit of both. It's like, imagine if the Italian mafia had a state.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I consider Hut space to be, basically.
yeah.
It's Sicily.
Space Sicily.
In space.
And Nar Shaddaa, I'd say, is like Naples.
Yeah, either Naples or Palermo.
Or I
mean,
would
this is
say that
slight- this is a slight
now
detour as
Hutta
well.
is Sicily, Nar Shaddaa is Naples.
I mean, this is a slight detour as well. But I mean, to what extent did the tension between the fact that Anakin Skywalker was essentially living the early part of his existence in freaking Hut space, and interacts with Qui-Gon Jinn, who then explains to him that the Galactic Republic, or the Jedi at the behest of the Galactic Republic, who they are basically working for, can airlift him out of slavery, but can't do the same thing for his mother because she's not valuable. I mean, the extent to which that may have set off an entire explosion of just timeline is incredible.
Yeah,
Because
that's why.
a lot of what drove him toward the dark side was the fact that he kept looking back to his mother, who was never freed from slavery.
The weird thing about the Empire too is that, and this is where there's some contradiction, because in some stories it talks about how, like in some stories it talks about how the Empire ended up using its massive centralized executive power to abolish slavery across the galaxy. Yet at the same time they enslaved the Wookiees and stuff. So maybe it's like a case by case basis.
It's more of they wanted they got rid of any forms of human slavery because they were human, because humans were the main core population that they wanted to build their empire around. Well then, and certain other alien species were also barred from slavery,
like Twi'leks.
Just because they were close enough to human that it was still seen as kind of immoral. But then the Empire could easily classify these ape-like creatures as non-sentient species and just enslave them.
It was really only during the Empire, and it was really only the military that was largely human, because you had like major civilian forces and senators and stuff who were like, for instance, Twi'leks and other near humans.
There was even a comic, I think, in which Darth Vader actually pointed this fact that you guys just talked about the abolition of slavery in some areas, but contradictorily not in others, where Darth Vader actually raises this as a question to Palpatine, and Palpatine goes through several gyrations in order to try to explain how this contradiction actually makes sense in some way when it does not. But Palpatine explains it somehow by trying to claim that it is a gradual process, and it would be unreasonable, apparently, for Vader to expect that Palpatine would be able to magically abolish all forms of slavery immediately. And so it's like some long speech where Vader is like, where Palpatine is like, I'm trying to remember the exact way that he phrased it. Oh yes, he said that slavery is a scourge and it should be unraveled as quickly as possible. However, politics do not permit me to instantly abolish all forms of it. And so basically, obviously, Vader is literally not buying this, right? But he chooses not to say anything in the next panel.
Yeah, and it's also, you sort of see parallels to this with, and I know I don't know if Ray's as familiar with Old Republic lore, but Kilhoun, in the MMO, the Old Republic, you see Darth Malgus, very similar. Like, he ended up creating his own splinter group, his own like progressive splinter empire, which was trying to uplift aliens and sort of do some sort of like a strong Sith. Like, if the Sith Empire was to be strong, it would have to embrace like all different kinds of force sensitives from across all the different alien races.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
he was
then-
he
and
was
then
the
he abol-
diversity is our strength Sith
Yeah,
Lord.
yeah. But then that ended up leading to and then after like that basically his attempted revolution basically scared the Galactic Empire, or I mean the Sith Empire under Darth Maul, to end up making like pragmatic, like progressive reforms.
It
And
was
because I know by the Hutt cartel expansion, I think it talked about how slavery was outlawed, or not. I don't know, outlawed, but it was
no.
slavery, not outlawed, but slavery was.
It was let's just
it
say
was
that they
cracked
got
down on more. It was more accepting or open at least.
they I think that they got rid of human slavery for sure by the time Hutt Cartel came around, because they did have human slaves that were mostly like Republic POWs or unwilling subjects of certain rebellious planets. But
I think it was like
they-
mostly prisoner of war, like Greco-Roman type. Slave,
yeah,
like,
it was
work camp,
most
like
of the time.
like labor camps, basically.
Yeah,
I
most of the time.
I also kind of feel like this is an element of Vader's personality as well that isn't adequately explored by like mainstream commentators as well. The fact that this was a concern that like motivated Vader, and that he even had a conversation with Palpatine on like, we didn't want to just abolish human slavery. I meant like all slavery should be abolished. And additionally, on top of that, apparently, and this is apparently canon as well, the first action that Vader actually committed after he had after the events of Episode 3, allegedly, was that he actually went back to Tatooine, found what's his name, the Toydarian who had enslaved his family.
That
guy, and apparently found a way to kill him.
You see, I don't like that
Amazing.
because I always had a sense that like Anakin kind of respected him in a sense.
I mean, Anakin Skywalker did, but Darth Vader did not. Like they were.
Okay.
Exactly.
Then actually, speaking of Watto, though, do you think it was?
Watto, that was his name.
Do you think it was intentional, or do you think it was just sort of? And I think you see where I'm going with this. Or do you think it was just sort of like oh, whoops, I guess we went there. The fact that he's basically a Jewish stereotype, and same with the Trade Federation being like,
Yeah, I did kind of find
explicitly
it weird that the Toydarians looked that
East
way.
Asian.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, so I'm thinking we go to
You cut out
You're
there.
breaking out. You're in robot mode. Try again.
we pick it up on May the 4th. Oh,
Yeah.
hear me now?
You have to say
Okay,
all
so
of
I'm
that
saying,
again.
we're
You're
gonna-
into droid mode.
Okay, so we are going to go to our final intermission, go for another 40 minutes or so, and then pick it up on May the 4th. But I just wanted to say,
Robot.
we're gonna. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go on to the final intermission now. That's all I was saying.
Okay.
All right, see you guys in about 6 minutes. Stick with us, friends. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us. Thinking we'll go another 40 minutes or so and call it a night. Pick up the conversation again on Tuesday. Again, as I will reiterate. Either way, how did you guys enjoy the intermission? Did you guys?
I
you
think
guys-
these have been great compilations of awesome Star Wars themes given a good remix.
Mhm.
Oh well, thank you. I just meant in general. Like,
The fact that it started with the Mandalorian theme was frankly fantastic in my view, because we need to talk about that show.
Yeah.
Should we, or maybe we should say that for next time?
Actually, no. Save it for next time. Otherwise, it'll just be the three of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just talk about them. I feel like, I do feel like this stream we've done a good job at sticking primarily to the political aspects instead of going on and just nerding out. I mean, I know we are nerding out, but instead of going on and just talking about just the franchise in general, like I said, I
Yeah.
do like that we've been sticking on top. I
Well,
think it's
now
pretty
when
good so far.
complaining
Every
about
turn.
Disney today.
At every turn, I've been subconsciously dragging us toward undermining the original plan. You've actually prevented it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, I think it's. I haven't even really been paying attention. I guess I planned this one out a little more than usual. But either way, what were we talking about before we went on intermission again?
We were on the huts and how they were Space Sicily.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little caveat to them because they don't really change throughout the entirety of Star Wars history, except for that they used to be an empire and they used to actually have a legit military, but then they just devolved into like separate clans within the Hutt family, and it doesn't really pick up much with the Hutts ever.
No,
Yeah.
they just kind of do their thing. It seems like they're pretty satisfied doing their own thing too.
They just like endless wealth and capital and being lazy.
Pretty much. It's like they create nothing they own. Which makes you wonder how they have not yet been overthrown by the Republic, but
I think no, because the Republic benefits from them.
Yeah, they really do, because that's where all the shady stuff goes through is with them, and that's why the Hutts actually make like the most money, is because they're willing to turn the blind eye because they own all the institutions out there.
Well, yeah, and I remember that actually. I think it's sort of the origins of that relationship are sort of explored in the second Knights of the Old Republic game. There's the side quest where, because you end up destroying at the beginning of the game, you end up destroying the fuel station, and so you have to find an alternative supplier, and so you end up going to on Nar Shaddaa. I think it was a Boga the Hutt or somebody, the one who just has the one who like lives next to the slums and has that little palace next to the slums, and then he ends up supplying, and it sort of just starts that and then they mention that it's a major business deal.
Is Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's actually a great modern equivalent, except for they don't really have a central monarch anymore.
True.
But yeah, that's why I mostly just describe them as Space Sicily. Should we go deeper in time to like the Old Republic era?
How familiar is Ray with the Ray? How familiar are you with the Old Republic era?
Not very, but I won't stop you guys from going there.
Okay, we can touch a little bit on that, and then I guess wrap things back around to cover anything else, any other factions that we haven't really discussed. But Old Republic era, I think it's probably good to start. Like again, as we mentioned at the beginning, the Republic existed in multiple iterations, and then the Old Republic just collectively was the term to refer to all of the previous iterations of the Republic that had risen and fell over the course of about 25,000 years. Because I know it was episode 4, Obi-Wan Kenobi was like, for over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were guardians of the Old Republic, something like that.
Peace and justice.
Peace and justice of the Old Republic. Yeah, no, but that was so 1,000 generations, about 25,000 years if you put a generation at 25. So yeah.
Yep.
So the Republic, I mean, from the get-go, it was established that the Republic was 25,000 years old, but then Lucas fucked up. And then in episode 2, he has the line where Palpatine's like, this Republic has stood for 1,000 years.
I mean, in that current iteration under that current constitution,
Yeah,
it's
I know.
like,
Then that was why
yeah.
they had to retcon it and do that's what led to the Rousseau Reformation.
yeah, which I mean, the way that
It worked.
I kind
It
of,
was sly. It was pretty clever how
I mean,
they did it.
that's how the French actually view like their governments. Like every time that they adopt a new constitution or
It's a
something,
new republic.
it's
And it's a new
yeah,
republic. It's the same way with South Korea as well.
Okay.
yeah,
Right? Each time they had a different coup and then restored democracy, they iterated the number. So you'd have like a coup master would come in, coup the government basically, and be like, "Guess what? We're now in the Fourth Korean Republic or whatever." So yeah, it's very similar.
So by
Yeah.
that standard, would it be we'd be in like the third American Republic, third or fourth American Republic, if you were to?
that's- if America
Yeah.
had the same mentality as the rest of the world, yeah.
I mean, if you were to put it at like First Republic, well, I mean, if you just count you could count the
The
Articles of
Articles of
Confederation.
Confederation was, yeah, definitely the first republic, and
Then
then
Second Republic would have been 87 through 61 until Lincoln. Lincoln would have been the start of the Second Republic until Wilson. Third Republic would have been maybe Wilson to FDR, and then and then Fourth Republic is whatever, or Fifth Republic, whatever. I don't know. It was whatever we've had since FDR.
yeah, so America could be either on the third or the fifth, but America didn't choose to keep track because they think it's a continuation of the same one.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's
And
beyond the
I mean,
point.
it's very
That's
similar
real
with
world.
ancient Rome too,
Hmm.
because it's like the Roman Republic technically began in like what 506, 507 BC,
Yeah.
and then ended in 31 after Actium. I mean,
I
it
think it was-
basically
Yeah.
fell before then. It was basically warlords during that
So, I mean,
20-year period. But I mean, but you had like
So
the
basically, when
conflict of
Palpatine
orders.
claimed that it endured for 1,000 years, he just meant that particular iteration of the
Yeah.
Republic.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what
Yeah.
they had to do with retcon. But I was saying with Rome, you had like the conflict of orders, and then you had like various rewrites of the Constitution, and then the transition from sort of an aristocratic republic into a more democratic republic. And so you can make
and
that,
then into a imperium. So
exactly. But either way,
So,
yeah. You were saying? I'm sorry.
oh, I was just gonna be going on like, so are we going to be covering the events of the games, like the 4,000 years, or which?
Yeah, we can
because
be
I
going.
think that's the most popular one that most people will know about
Well,
outside
yeah, no,
of movies.
because you had like the really ancient republic, which is like with the that's when you had like the origin of the Moths, and then that moved towards. Then you get closer to like the schism and the creation of the Sith with the 100-Year Darkness, I think, and
Yep.
then not Exar Kun, what's his name? God, Ludo
Tulak Horde and
No, Ludo Kresh, was he the first?
Ludo,
No.
Kresh was one
No,
of
the
them.
first. No, because like you had the Sith Empire.
Naga
because it's
Sadao. Naga Sadao.
No. The first Sith, the one that you redeemed in the first KOTOR.
Oh,
the human. Ludo Crash?
No, it was. Oh God! Now we have this amazing thing called the internet.
Wikipedia. I know the
But-
canon article is just unnamed Rogue Jedi.
Oh,
But yeah. So you had but touch on the ancient Sith Empire. I know there was like a ancient Sith Empire with just like the Sith species that had nothing to do with the Order. Then that fell, and it was originally
that
on.
was-
It was
that was
originally on
King-
Korriban, and then they left Korriban, and on Korriban they just it was just the fanatics, and the capital was Diost. And
yeah, that was
then,
King Adas's Sith Empire
Yeah.
was the pure.
and then like the Proto Sith Empire, then that fell apart, and then you had the Dark Jedi Exiles who came, and the whole concept of Dark Lord of the Sith came because the Sith were a species, and then the human exiles, they enslaved the Sith, and so they were the lords of the Sith, like lords over the Sith, and then eventually they intermingled, and then the Sith species became like a hybrid of the original Sith and humans, and that's the Sith from.
But
like,
most of the time, that
Hyperspace War.
human, that Dark Jedi DNA, which was like humans and other alien species, just became so diluted by the actual Sith genes that they might as well have been like just 99% pureblood Sith.
Yeah.
So, but that's beyond the scope of this. So, I say that because that was
Start with
during the that
post
was
Great.
the Great Hyper.
Yeah, should we? Well, the Great Hyperspace War. That's when they come out of the first time they come out of exile, like the first true Sith Empire in terms of like the one led by the Order. And then that war lasted like a year, but it was like the most devastating one. And then the Sith ended up losing because because the leader died, and then it became Naga Sadao versus, I think it was Tulak Hord died, and then it became Naga Sadao versus the other one.
The leader didn't die. The leader died before, which I believe that was Tulak Hord, if I'm remembering right.
Yeah.
And
then the Sith Empire was already falling apart by the time it invaded the Republic.
Yeah, and then there was two successors, and the one successor, it wasn't Ludo Crush, it was the other guy. Either Naga, I think it was Naga Sadao.
Naga Sadao, who went to Yavin.
Yep, and he was the one that led the Sith armies against the Republic, which essentially just half of the Sith Empire against the Republic, while then the other half stayed with Ludo Kresh, and caused the Sith schism that weakened the Sith Empire. But it was a devastating war either way. Like, Naga Sadao led a very successful campaign. Wasn't very good at governance though, because he had to rely on his force projections to his generals to actually
his battle meditation and everything.
Yeah,
to actually
just to keep them in direct cohesion. But and then when Ludo Kresh started the schism and like interrupted that, Sith Empire kind of crumbled, and then we had the exiled. So I think that
then you had there was sort of an Operation Cinder thing going on, because like one of the last highest members left was Tenebrae, aka Darth Vitiate, who ended up kind of summoning all of the remaining warlords, his rivals, and was like, oh, we need to have like this giant conference at this one place. But then he ends up doing like this ritual, which is similar. It's similar to like a thought bomb in a sense later on. I mean, again, it's like the idea of history repeating itself. But yeah, you had he does his ritual, and then he leads the true believers into similar to the First Order again too, and leads them into the unknown regions to conquer Drummond Koss, make it the new homeworld.
Yeah, there was also this other splinter cell of the Sith at that period of time called the Lost Tribe of the Sith.
Mm-hmm, I remember them. Yeah.
Which
never read the comics, but that was actually.
They also have a short story compilation. And one of the short story compilations actually covers the events of how they actually crash landed on that planet, which was a hyperdrive malfunction of a Sith warship, and it crashed upon this one world, and it essentially that world didn't have any metal for them, like natural metals on the planet, so they couldn't necessarily just rebuild their ship from just refining materials. So they were just stuck there. But they developed like a weird they still had an emperor. They didn't call him the emperor, and that system didn't come around till like about 1,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. But they had like this whole like tribal council, and like they had like these priests, like the Sith became like a priestly class in that system. And that was, I would say that was also like how the original Sith Empire was, where essentially this lost tribe was mimicking the old Sith Empire, and like they had a priestly class, and that was every Force user that was Sith. Well, then all the non-Force users were the either warrior or working class, and they followed the orders of the priestly class and the ruling class, which oftentimes they were intertwined. Just as the Force users in general.
So similar to, I guess, the Indian caste system, at least for like with the Brahmin and everything.
I don't know enough about the Indian caste systems. I know that's a huge rabbit hole.
Yeah, well, Ray, I know you're familiar. You're probably the most familiar person here as it relates to Asian politics.
I mean, yes. I mean, the caste system would usually have the priest class would be at the top, and then underneath them would
the warriors
and
secular political leaders, and the merchants and
And then
then
underneath that, then yes, indeed, then the
the
merchants,
peasantry.
then the peasants, and then beneath that is you don't want to be there.
Well, no.
Basically.
I mean, under that's the peasants. I mean, they're still happy.
I mean,
They're still happy
under
doing
the
their dharma.
peasants. No, I mean under
No,
the peasants. You
Under
don't
the
want to be
peasants
there.
are the untouchables who like burn bodies, but that's also
Exactly.
still seen as a very important role. Because what's interesting about Indian culture, it's like not so much. It's almost like a separate but equal mentality. Yeah, there's a hierarchy, but like it's basically seen like everybody does their role and they're all
Oh,
equally
right,
important.
yeah.
It's the Eastern mentality in general, where it's not
Yeah, I
this
mean, I am taking a
egalitarian
bias
society.
to that. Yeah, I'm taking a slight bias to that because in the Japanese variation of this, you don't want to be under the peasant.
Oh yeah, no, because that's truly hierarchical. Whereas in India, it's like a weird,
genuinely untouchable at that point.
it's like a weird form of It's like a weird form of ultra hierarchical egalitarianism in India. Yeah,
I mean, I think that's an Eastern mentality in general, where each
I'd say
class
mostly Indian actually, because I mean China, there's a strict sense of hierarchy too, but there's no concept of dharma in the same way that there is in.
But everybody still had their place and role in society too.
Yeah, true.
So,
yeah, I mean it's like that for pretty much all cultures.
Yeah, except for in the East, they seem to understand that and be very content with their place in the class.
Yes,
a lot more often. Which I kind of see that from the Sith Empire too, especially at that time, where
would you say another good parallel, maybe even better than the Indian one, at least for the Sith Empire, or especially for the old Sith Empire, like the old Sith Empire, would be something like either. I mean, I don't know which would be a better parallel, but either ancient Sumer or ancient Egypt, where you have like the God King at the top. And then because like, I mean, I know like culturally speaking, the influence for the ancient Sith, like with the Valley of the Dark Lords and everything, was basically sort of an evil ancient Egypt.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good a place to start because, well, the Sith weren't dynastical, which was you would think in that type of system they would try to be dynastical, but they ended up not being. They were very
it's kind of like Mesopotamia in the sense that they weren't dynastical, but it was like the strongest kind of takes over. But
I'd say that's in terms of
the Ottoman, you'd say more like the Ottomans. Explain.
Well, at least with the fittest rules, where the Ottoman princes wouldn't have a clear line of succession. The Ottoman Empire would always devolve into civil wars between the factions supporting different princes, and whichever prince won civil war, or whichever princes did not even like participate in a civil war because they didn't want the crown, the one who fought the hardest and earned it became the sultan.
Okay.
Oh, right. That's how Central Asia used to work as well, like way back, like the 600s.
Oh, with the caliphates.
Well, no, I mean, Islam wouldn't have reached them yet. They'd still be practicing.
You're talking about the Sassanid Persians.
No, further east than that. I'm talking like people who would be groups who would be understood to be part of Mongolian culture at that point.
Oh yeah, no, okay. So I actually do
that same thing where they would fight each other instead of having a clear line of succession.
So I don't know if either of you saw it, but I did a documentary on like the rise and fall of empires and that sort of thing. And I talk about like how early in a civilization's lifespan, empires don't function necessarily in the same way. Whereas like you have like later empires, truer empires, which sort of have this biological life cycle, and they sort of have like these principles and these rules that meant to perpetuate, and it keeps it together more or less. Whereas earlier, more primitive empires in the early period of a civilization's lifespan, there's not so much a concept of like primogeniture, but it's more so based upon splitting inheritance, and then you have like warring factions, and then an empire will only last as long as it's like the king who builds it, and then it'll split up. And you saw that with like Charlemagne, and then you also saw that back with like in Hammurabi's time with the very first Babylonian Empire, and those usually only last like a generation or two before falling apart. And again, you saw that with the Mongols too, and with the Huns. Everything like that.
Yeah, and it was a process of continually rebuilding and recobbling together the interest groups every single time the person would die.
Yeah, it was I would see the Sith Empire, especially like if you look at King Adas, like do any of you know that piece of the lore?
Sort of, yeah. Right? The Proto-Sith Empire, like not the Sith Lord, not like the Sith Empire before the Sith Lords, like Sith Empire referring to the species, not referring to the Dark Side Order.
Yeah, he
Okay.
ruled for, I believe it was 300 years. He drove off that one super advanced alien species that you meet in KOTOR. I'm forgetting the name right now.
Rakata, the Infinite Empire.
Urkata. Yep. He drove them off, united the Sith tribes behind him, and up until his death, he was the absolute, king at the time with his proto-empire. And then it collapsed, and you had all these, like, the Ziost part of the empire, then you had the Korriban part of the empire that just went about their own ways until the Dark Lords came back and created their whole priestly class version of the Sith Empire. Which kind of permeated all the way, like Vitiate or Tenebrae, whichever name you prefer to go by. He kind of took that and kind of ran with that, but still made himself emperor at the top with a clear. It was him and then his Dark Council,
And then he had
but
his host bodies and everything.
Yep, that too. But then also, like, he had these ranks for he introduced like the lords and the Darths, and then the Dark Council and the apprentices. He had all these various ranks for the actual priestly class, so that way they wouldn't all just be fighting amongst each other all the time, and they would have successions of their own. And it would be.
What's interesting though, and then that is one of the major differences between between Vitiate Sith Empire, which is like I think it's the biggest Sith Empire that had existed until the Galactic Empire. But so Vitiate Sith Empire, or let's say new Sith Empire versus old Sith Empire. One of the big differences between the new Sith Empire and the old Sith Empire was social mobility. Because the new Sith Empire under Vitiate, there was like that sort of social mobility that opened up. Like if you could prove that you had enough like.
Well, also
if you proved yourself that you kind of deserved to kind of be in this position of power, you would fight for it, and you would be respected because of that. It was less like a sort of do your dharma type thing in the Indian sense, basically do the job the role that you were born into, and it's more so your own limits. So go to the best of your ability. Like the Sith, it's a very individualistic ideology.
It's both individualistic, but yet also has a collective form of nationalism. But it's
politically,
yeah, politically, and that's what
it's
typically
kind of objectivist. It kind of reminds me of objectivism in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it really shares a lot of similarities with that,
or the Ubermensch, the idea of the Ubermensch, maybe.
Yeah. Especially how Vitiate Sith Empire, even though Vitiate wasn't human himself, it became very like human and pureblood Sith centric, and their a whole worldview when it came to the alien races in the Star Wars galaxy. Like they did not for the longest time tolerate any form of, except for the Chiss, any form of alien.
Is the Chiss, they were just basically on loan though. They were basically like they were specialists. They were basically like, okay, like well,
they were the only other power outside of the Republic that was willing to truly negotiate with and be in an alliance with the Empire. I think that's why they gave them special privilege within their racial worldview.
Is that they made them as
it was the
honorary Aryans.
It was like the Japanese of the Star Wars galaxy.
Yeah, it's like the Nazis when Hitler was like. Funny story. So Hitler's personal chauffeur was like half Jewish, but the thing is Hitler really liked him, and that left Hitler in a bit of a conundrum. He's like, I really like this guy. He's a good chauffeur, nice guy, or at least what Hitler would think is a nice guy. Hitler's probably not the best judge of character, but so he's like, oh, this nice guy, I like him, but he's half Jewish, and so he's like, okay, with the wave of my hand, you are no longer Jewish, you are an honorary Aryan. So it's just to show how stupid and arbitrary all these classifications were.
I mean, yeah, if they were going to go down to the basic genetic level, it's like, okay, but yeah, then you can wave away your genes, okay.
Plus the European Jews were mostly Ashkenazi, and in terms of like genetics, Ashkenazis closer genetically to like an Anglo-Saxon than
I-
like the Semitic peoples of the Middle East, like Arabs.
I thought they were more closely related to like the Caucasus region.
Well, yeah. I mean, they were Indo-European, yeah. I mean, they used to think, I know at one point there was a theory, it's been debunked or something, but for the longest time they thought they could have been like somehow related to the Khazars.
Yeah, but we don't want to turn this into the talking about honorary Aryans.
Yeah, no. I know, I just thought it was just kind of a funny thing to, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a whole nother topic about
The arbitrary dumbassery of
the Third Reich,
or just early 20th century racialism in general.
Yeah. Okay. So back to I mean, we also have to cover the Chiss before we end this too.
Yeah, I agree.
So the Sith Empire the new Sith Empire under Vitiate, that was an individualistic, objectivist, nationalist, theocratic. It was so many things in one.
And it changed over time too.
It also depended on which class you were, really influenced your mentality on how you viewed the Empire. Like if you were part of the Sith, you could kind of float like you were on the individualistic nationalist sometimes, but definitely into that theocratic side of it. Which Sith kind of like sometimes did the nationalist, or sometimes they took the individualist way to the extreme.
You also had, and it pointed this out in the sequel book to Knights of the Old Republic, the Revan book, where like slavery, for instance, it was not like specific races necessarily. Like you could have like human slaves or even Sith pureblood slaves if they were weak, or like prisoners
if they
of war.
Didn't have any force powers.
Yeah, so it wasn't racial. It was more based upon, I don't want to say midichlorian count, but basically power based. Yeah, exactly. It was like power based. And then you had that one Sith pureblood. I think it was like Setchel or something in the book, who he was like clever, but he was like a good agent. He was like an Imperial agent, but he was not force sensitive at all. And then that's why, like you had the other Sith pureblood, who, even though Setchel had, I think, more Sith blood in him than I think Darth Scourge was his name, Darth Scourge still looked down on him because he was weaker in the Force. So it was like sort of this really metaphysical, maybe this almost, dare I say it, Evolan type way of looking at it.
Well, the thing about the pureblood Sith is that they were worshipped like the genetic gods of the universe, well, of the Empire. So if there was a member of the original pureblood tribe that was not a Sith Lord, that's because you had been damned by, your line had been damned by the Force, and that you were worthy of only death. Well, then the other purebloods, they were the ideal. They were what you wanted to strive for. They were the purest form of the Sith, because they channeled the Force strongly, and they typically were some of the strongest Force users within the Empire. It was just very dependent, but they tend to have a leg up on most other people. Well, then the humans within the Empire, of course, they were then the human-centric part that was very, I'd say, collectivist and nationalist. Like, it was weird if you were in the human population, most of the time you were more nationalistic and collectivist than if you were in the pureblood Sith part of the Empire.
We're saying individualism and collectivism too much. Like, I mean, we're starting to sound like Dave Rubin at this point.
Dave Rubin.
Individual. The left is collectivist, and the right is individual.
No, that's so fucking wrong.
I agree. No.
Yeah, let's not go down
no, because
normie American politics. That doesn't make any sense. But by what I mean by collectivist is that they had this greater ideal towards the Empire. Like the Empire stood for something, and they were one cog in creating this amazing tapestry, and that they had to do their best to strive towards the best for their empire. And that's where the nationalism really comes into play. Especially it was from also the humans that became Sith. They tended to be a lot more nationalistic than the pureblood Siths that tend to be more individualistic and more cared about power plays. That's just a general core theme you mostly see between the species and how they interacted with their own empire.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. But then I do really like, honestly, I think the Sith Empire, Vitiate Sith Empire, the one in the SWTOR, definitely the most interesting politically, and the idea of like the Dark Council and the spheres of influence. Like, I actually kind of use that low key as a template for what I would say would be my ideal executive structure. In a sense, I'm not going to get into that, but I'm just going to say it would be effective. Like, I mean, and if you mixed it with some sort of, I guess, electoral elements too. I'm not going to get into this because that would be an entirely different conversation. But I'm actually planning on making a video about that at some point.
It's like I'm glad to see you talk about me to all of your friends, Anton. Just that's how you decide who becomes like the Secretary of State, is like a duel.
Yeah,
that'd actually be pretty fun. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah.
But that'd be pretty
and then when Darth in the Sith Warrior storyline in the Old Republic with Darth Barris, who tries to convince everyone he's the Emperor's new voice, he's just like this soft coup that just completely fails.
Yeah, because Emperor's Wrath. Yeah, I'm just gonna lightsaber through the gut. Or if you take the light side choice and exile him, which is like no.
Yeah,
I mean, my
Sith, my main was always a Sith Warrior and has been since since launch. But he's generally sort of like a kind of a chaotic neutral, sometimes lawful neutral, depending on the time. But generally leans light side. But but a lot of the major decisions I made, like the killing Barris, were dark side ones. So.
Yeah, it's like with the Sith, you almost have to go dark side because they're the most logical decision. But then there's a lot of choices along the way that are light side. That's like, yeah, well, if you're going to play like lawful neutral, that would make sense to do that, and it's overall better for the Empire. But that also plays into the game is honestly the perfect description of how the Empire worked. Like you saw the military be definitely one of the stronger voices within the Empire, especially when it came to the civilian side, because conscription was mandatory for males and females. Every citizen had their time in the armed forces, and it was their greatest voice in actually giving them
like an
the
interest
opportunity.
Group. The military was like an interest group. It's kind of like almost like Starship Troopers, but if you were forced to join the military.
I mean, yeah, and most of those high-ranking Moffs and generals and admirals, they oftentimes had more power than like minor Sith Lords, and and they would use that to put some Sith Lords in their place when they got too power hungry, because So I just say
a weird form of like power-based checks and balances.
Yeah, which honestly, I like this. I like the way that the Sith Empire is very decentralized, where you could move up very easily because it was so decentralized, but it also works so well because the military, there's still a general understanding of the rank and positioning. Like it was the only centralized part of the Sith Empire, relatively speaking.
And what I really liked is the sort of the parallels, especially you see it in the Agent story and the Sith Warrior story to a lesser extent, and then also I think in the Trooper story. I never finished the Trooper one, but
it's pretty boring.
Very Cold War. Like, I mean, it was a Cold War, but I mean, I like those sort of there's sort of like these different ideological blocks, and they're vying for the sort of loyalty of these various like systems caught in the middle of stuff, like Balmora and then Corellia and Onderon.
Yeah, you can't just storm the Sith Academy and suddenly you're in charge of the entire Sith Order. No, like you'd have to gain the favor of all these Darths that each have their own power structures with all their wards and apprentices beneath them that have their own military assets tied to them. It was very decentralized, and it didn't really allow anybody besides the Emperor to truly wield a lot of power, and required a lot of cooperation, which I actually describe as being much like the Imperium of Man in that case.
Yeah. And then there was also, on the economic front, it was also relatively, and this might just be the mechanics of the game, of course, because it's like all games have like commerce, but but then again, that you could also say that's sort of like an extension of the lore itself in a sense, but a relatively free market. Like, yeah, you had like government depots that sold shit, but you also there didn't seem to be much economic regulation.
Yeah, the Sith, they tend to leave, like if you looked like in the Balmoran arc and stuff, they tended to leave the institutions in their place. It just, you had to incorporate your government into the service of the Sith Empire. So it's like you still had the original Balmoran government around, but you just had a Sith Lord on the planet being like the Agente from the Imperial government from Dromund Kaas.
Yeah, I think it definitely functioned a lot better than Palpatine's Empire. And it was able to last longer too.
Oh yeah, it like lasted all the way. In fact, technically, it lasted up till Darth Bane, because Darth Bane.
Well, that wasn't the same one.
It wasn't the same one, but that Sith Empire was incorporated into the Sith Empire that Bane was serving in.
Yeah, that brings us. So Rey might be able to come into this now, though, but sort of the before the Rusan Reformation, the Brotherhood of Darkness. Rey, are you familiar? You're sort of familiar with that, right? It's sort of, they got rid of the sort of hierarchical nobility titles, and everyone just became Lord this, Lord that, and basically all seen as equals. And then Darth Bane didn't like that, and he established the rule of two. I don't know how familiar you are with the sort of the post Sith Empire. Is she still here?
Rey?
Yeah, is she still here? She may have. She may have tried. She probably thought that we wouldn't notice. Anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
what would you have to say about that?
One, yeah, that's kind of the case, because also that like whole period was only really like the end of the of the Great Sith War. Like I think it was only like the last 40 years of the Sith Empire that was the Brotherhood of Darkness. Which, I mean, I could see the understanding behind it. It was kind of like the Protestant Reformation of the Sith Empire, where it's like, oh, we're going to get rid of the big old clergy that has all these ranks and titles and places within the hierarchy, and everybody's going to be equal, like how Protestants have
Knights
like
of the Round Table, basically,
or like the pastors, where they're all like equal. They all just have their own churches.
But that sort of was its downfall, also.
Yeah, there was no. It didn't allow for great coordination because there just was no there was no distinct hierarchy. Like that's how the new Sith Empire functioned so well. Like you still had the Dark Council, which had this major sway. They were these great, respected, powerful Sith Lords that offered great wisdom. Like Darth Mar became pseudo-emperor after Vitiate disappeared. And that's just because he was this great unifying nationalist war hero that led so many great campaigns for the Sith Empire, greatly respected by the military and by most Sith in general. And you were kind of just lacking that during the Brotherhood of Darkness, where it's like, yeah, you had Khan, but it's like he was the superior amongst equals instead of the definitive superior.
He was the princeps as opposed to the pontifex.
Yep. And that was ultimately its downfall, because they, like, I also don't buy into the theory that like how Bane said, oh, the dark side is like venom dispersed amongst too many, it is diluted, because during the height of the new Sith Empire, you had all these powerful Sith Lords that would rival Bane any day when there's only 2 Sith Lords.
Oh yeah,
So,
no, the whole thing. I think the rule of 2 was not so much the ideal scenario. It was more so just like what was best for the time in order to kind of lay low. And then because the strategy, the modus operandi changed, and it was like, okay, we need to infiltrate these governments and these institutions, and over time we'll gradually erode faith in the Republic and then subvert the Jedi. And it was like what was needed at the time, but it wasn't necessarily what was always supposed to be the case. Yet, I mean, that's kind of a contradiction, especially in the old EU. But unfortunately, the new canon is trying to paint it out to be, oh, this is like the ultimate form of the Sith, when that's not true at all.
Yeah, and personally, I'm not even a fan of the Rule of 2 era, because
neither am I. I mean, I like the idea of them, a lot of them being like, they were like famous people who had like led double life. That's kind of cool. Like you had Darth Plagueis, who was like an intergalactically known philanthropist and billionaire mogul. He was like kind of like he was kind of basically seen as like an eccentric billionaire.
He was the George Soros of the day.
He was yeah, but that's not a bad way to put it.
The George Soros of Star Wars, Darth Plagueis.
Darth Soros actually sounds like that would be a good name, actually.
Yeah, don't give Disney any idea. Walt Disney just woke up from the dead to do that. Okay. God, where was I going to go? I mean, we could go to the one Sith Order under Darth Krayt.
I'm not super familiar with that. Maybe let's save that for Tuesday. But I want to, and then maybe save that in the Chiss for Tuesday. I think we should only go for another 10 minutes or so. I still don't know where the hell Ray went, but either way, maybe we should briefly talk about Revan's.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. We're trying to get your attention earlier, but we thought you went AFK.
No.
Okay, but Revan's Sith Empire. We should talk about that for a second, because it wasn't really an empire in the same way. I mean, it was formed originally as a splinter of the Republic military. It was like a third of the Republic military ended up becoming Sith, because it was all based upon like Revan's cult of personality. And then they were like, of course, bankrolled by the true Sith Empire in the Unknown Regions. But what's interesting is it's more just in terms of how it functioned, reminds me more of like the First Order, as opposed to it was more of a military junta as opposed to a unified political body.
Yeah, I would say actually the First Order got its inspiration from Revan's Sith Empire, if anything, because you had this essentially.
Well, I think that is canon. I think that is canon now too. Like there was something like one of the armies in the First Order was named after Revan or something. It was like Revan. It was like, I don't know, the Revan Legion, something like that.
I mean, that would make Revan canon, and I'd be like, oh, I'm fine with that.
Well, he is canon. He is canon now because of that.
Oh, okay. But yeah, Darth Revan. He was an interesting character because he didn't seek the power. He wasn't going to anoint himself emperor until he had taken Coruscant for himself. He was until then just the Dark Lord, and not quite emperor yet.
And then there was also a theory, I know, that and I think this is what they were going for originally before the Old Republic. But the idea is like, did Revan actually, and they touched on this in the Second Knights of the Old Republic, but it's like, did Revan actually fall, or was he really just trying to, or did he see the threat in the Unknown Regions and he wanted to build up a strong force to try to fight against it.
I mean, in a way, like I really hated how they kind of destroyed his character in Sator, where it was like, oh, the Emperor dominated his mind, blah blah, turn him Sith. It's like, no, he was already effectively Sith at that point.
He was did he fall? He fell during the Mandalorian Wars.
Yeah, he was already like almost to Darksider, and then essentially he met the Emperor and was just accepted full-heartedly the Sith teachings, and he was dubbed Darth Revan by the Emperor initially as his agent within the galaxy, but then he went on his power play because he thought that he could actually like reform the Republic into his own empire.
Yeah. And then Malik kind of fucked up his plans and didn't really see that Revan was playing the long game, because Malik was kind of dumb in a lot of ways.
I mean, he was, but he was also funny thing. Revan was more of the Sith general, while then
he was like Malik, a Thrawn. He was more of a Thrawn.
Yeah, he was definitely a Thrawn character. Well, then Malik, if you like look at his actions and stuff, he's more into the esoteric. He's trying to look into the scientific side of the Force, and trying to apply it to, like, say when he took all his Jedi captives at like the end of KOTOR, so he could like steal their life force, to empower himself to fight you. He was doing a lot of those research projects and just not really focusing on the military part.
It's kind of like, I know you're a Roman Catholic, so you might appreciate this analogy, but so it's like the Aquinas versus the Meister Eckhart.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, that's a pretty good.
However, I would not compare Malik to Aquinas. I feel like that's kind of an insult to Aquinas.
Yeah, that's way too much of an insult to Aquinas.
Yeah, no. But Revan is definitely like an Eckhart or a Saint Francis of Assisi type guy.
Yeah, that is definitely a good comparison. Even though fucking Malik, no, he could not. He left. I say that the smart thing that he did do was leave it to his generals most of the time. But then he acted on impulse whenever he didn't get his way too quickly from his generals.
And he just could kill his generals and find a new one. And then there was his apprentice. Then there was his like underwhelming apprentice who was just kind of a pusher. And then there was the guy who would like never die, the bounty hunter.
It's like, yeah, you survived an orbital bombardment. How?
Yeah. And then there was a mod. It was kind of fun, but it was like a fun kind of like Yavin mod. I mean, it wasn't particularly serious, but I think that the person tried. But I think Calo Nord. No. This is a completely different mod. No, well, there was that mod where for some reason the guy like what is it, Lieutenant Tutorial in the beginning ended up surviving and became a Sith Lord, which is kind of questionable. I mean, it was kind of a fun little mod, but either way, there was another mod where Calo Nord ended up winning, or he ended up surviving, and he snuck aboard the Ebon Hawk, and you could bribe him to get off or something. No, that was Davik. I forget. It was just this funny little mod where the crime lord got onto the Ebon Hawk, and you could be like, hey, you could stay on the Ebon Hawk and hang out with us. It was like that was one option, or the other option was I'll kill you, and then another option was like, oh yeah, he'll give you like 1 million credits, and then it was just a mod, so you could get like basically infinite money. It was just kind of funny. I'm going off topic there. Let's bring Ray back into the conversation, because I mean we're coming to the point where I kind of want to stop for the night. But I think maybe we should sort of
since we're on KOTOR, should we just finish up with KOTOR 2's like how they're Sith quickly?
Let's actually save that for next. Let's save that for next time, because we really are coming to a But let's tie it back around, I guess, to the original trilogy again. Try to come full circle. Ray, actually, first, Ray, from what you've heard, from what we've been talking, have you been following us?
Yes.
Okay. Well, would you have any comments, just general comments on that discussion in general, or any parallels you see to certain things?
I mean, the parallel I'm seeing is the obvious parallel, which is that each time, I mean, obviously, I'm talking about the limited amount of activity which is visible between episodes 1 and 3. I mean, the thing which seems to be characterizing all of this is that clearly Palpatine has actually looked at Sith holocrons to know the things that you guys are talking about, because he's borrowing so many things from these people.
Yeah, and I think there was sort of like a fun, like, it was like there was this book called like the Book of the Sith or whatever that was released, and it was supposed to be like the writings of all these various individual Sith lords.
Oh, I own it.
Yeah, and it was mentioned. Palpatine mentioned that. So you remember in Revenge of the Sith, where he's like, "Once more, the Sith will rule the galaxy, and we will have peace." He's actually
Directly referencing.
He's referring to the Cold War period during the Old Republic when the Sith was at its height, and it basically, it more or less implied that he was trying to model his empire off of Vitiat's Sith Empire.
Which that's why he made his ships with like the triangle shape, like the Howard class, where he liked to do the Imperial. Well, of course, if you're going by the movies came out way before the game, but he modeled his Imperial uniforms off of the old Sith Empire's uniforms.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So, right, I'm sorry. I think I kind of cut you off there.
No, I was saying, no, that is amazing, because that is the one that I never actually caught, that one.
Okay.
The uniform similarity.
Yeah, except I think the Sith uniform, or the ancient Sith, they generally tend, or the sort of,
they were a lot better.
They were, well, I'd say they were definitely better than the Empire, the Galactic Empire, in terms of, number one, efficiency, number two, bureaucracy, in terms of how they function. Plus, they lasted a whole lot longer as well.
Because, and their military was actually competent.
Yeah, but what we need to do, plus it's Sith Lords with lightsabers and stuff. But if you take a look at, I guess, just because most people are familiar with the movies, which only take place within like a 60-year time frame, which is a very short time frame in the history of the Star Wars universe as a whole, that wasn't even the most chaotic or darkest period in galactic history. Like, arguably, the low point in galactic history for the Jedi was the period of Knights of the Old Republic 2. Like, that Jedi Purge killed way more Jedi than the Purge in Episode 3.
Yeah, which tends to be one of the most overlooked parts, because that game was rushed, and it was just given a lot of negative reception. But if you get the content restored mod, it brings a lot of that stuff back. And,
yeah, like I think I was telling you this the other night when we were chatting about the KOTOR 1 without mods versus KOTOR 2 without mods. KOTOR 1 is the better game, but KOTOR 2 with mods versus KOTOR 1 both with and without mods, KOTOR 2 is the better game.
Yep.
Like, yeah, but still, I still think, but the ending to KOTOR 2 sucked. It was probably worse than, either on par with or worse than Mass Effect 3's ending.
Yeah, that's sad, but it happened, and I still enjoy playing the game all the way through, and I still enjoy fighting Darth Treya at the end.
Yeah, I'd say so, but oh god, I've probably started. I have over the years started playing that game about probably 10 to 20 times since 2009. But I've only ever completed it twice, because the thing is, I go so overboard and get so excited and download all these mods, and they end up conflicting with each other. My game always ends up breaking, and then I try to fix it for hours, and then I just rage quit because I can't fix anything.
Yeah, I actually understood which mods I'd be able to play together and which ones wouldn't. The only one that I can't get to work anymore is that Droid Planet, which is is frustrating for me. Yeah, that droid planet that you were supposed to go to after Korriban, that they just completely axed from the game. I played it once and then it never worked again.
It works for me, but I just my most recent playthrough, which was 2016, which I never beat because I forgot what to do on the droid planet, and I got confused, and I was like, nah.
Oh, only a few people actually know what to do on the droid planet.
I beat it before, but yeah, it's super complicated. But either way, we're definitely this is
off topic.
No, well, yeah. I was about to say we're reaching the 4-hour mark at this point. I think what we should do is probably do some final thoughts, and then call it a night and pick it up again on Tuesday. But either way, final thoughts. Let's start with Ray, and then we'll go to Kilhoon.
Okay, I mean, final thoughts. I mean, we have been at this for 4 hours, so I think you've covered everything that could possibly be discussed within the framework of what we were talking about. So, I mean, I can't imagine bending people's ears with a particularly long final thought at this point. I think we've said everything there is to say within this context. Obviously, I mean, there's obviously the next stream that's coming on the 4th, which I'm looking forward to given the topics.
Okay. Kilhoon?
Just knowing how much was written in the actual EU, like we could potentially stretch this out to 10 hours and we'd still be covering more and more stuff, even within only the limited stuff that we actually talked about during this, which didn't even get into a lot of issues around the exact same time frames. So, but overall, like I think this is a great overview, especially for people that like only have vague knowledges of the EU. And I hope we did our best in giving a good rationale of all those political structures.
I think we did. Either way, thank you both of you. I mean, I know we had two people who had to leave earlier, but I still think it was pretty great just with the three of us in light of that. But either way, thank you both, Darth Kilhoon. This is your first time on. I think you did pretty great on here. I'd love to have you back again in the future, not just for the future Star Wars stream, but other ones in the future. And then Ray, of course, as always, you're great too. Thanks for coming on. But yeah, we will pick up this discussion on Tuesday, May the 4th, which is very appropriate. But yeah, either way, thank you everybody for tuning in. Those of you who stuck around for these almost 4 hours, really appreciate it. Please be sure to like, subscribe, click the bell, do all that stuff. You know the drill. And we will see you next time.